Chapter 1, The Scout Returns. The soldier was dying in her hands, and there wasn't a damn thing Leanna Morgan could do about it. Private Miller convulsed on the infirmary table, his back arching so violently she heard vertebrae pop. Pink foam bubbled from his lips, frothing over teeth stained brown from chewing tobacco. His eyes rolled back until only the white showed, threaded with burst blood vessels that spread like crimson spider webs across the scara. Sweat poured off him despite the November chill seeping through the infirmary's rough-hewn walls, soaking through his standard-issue wool uniform until the dark blue fabric looked black. "Hold him down!" Leanna barked at Corporal Hayes, her fingers pressing frantically against Miller's neck, searching for a pulse that was racing, then stuttering, then racing again like a jackrabbit fleeing a hawk. Wrong. All wrong. Her hands, small, capable, stained with iodine and blood, trembled against his clammy skin. The smell hit her as Miller vomited again, not just the sour-sweet stench of cheap whiskey, but something else underneath. Something bitter and metallic that coated the back of her throat and made her medical training scream warnings she couldn't yet name. The infirmary's usual odors of carbolic acid, lye soap, and sun-baked adobe were overwhelmed by this new reek of death. "Doc, 3 more coming in." Private Davidson burst through the infirmary door, his young face sheet white beneath a shock of red hair that stood up in all directions. His freckles stood out like paint spatters on parchment. "They're all sick. They're all the Jesus, Doc, what's happening?" Through the window, Leanna saw them being dragged across Fort Ashford's sun-baked parade ground, Sergeant Rollins, Private Chen, Corporal Deakins. The parade ground was hard-packed earth the color of old bones, surrounded by adobe buildings that absorbed the brutal Arizona heat all day and radiated it back all night. Not a blade of grass grew anywhere within the fort's wooden walls. Even in November, the sun was merciless, turning the air into something you could almost see, thick and shimmering with heat devils that made the distant Dragoon Mountains look like they were breathing. The sick men stumbled and fell, clutching their stomachs. All with that same gray pallor she was seeing in Miller, the color of ash, of death creeping in. 4 men. Different units. Different duty stations. One thing in common. Where did they get their whiskey? Her voice cut through the chaos like a scalpel. She didn't look up from Miller, her fingers now pressing against his wrist, counting the erratic heartbeat. "Davidson, where?" "Trader came through yesterday, documents sold rotgut to half the fort." Miller seized again, his body rigid as iron. Blood trickled from his nose, bright crimson against his gray skin, and dripped onto the rough pine table, already stained dark from 6 years of frontier medicine. The metallic scent of it mixed with everything else. Poison. The word crystallized with horrifying certainty. Someone had poisoned the whiskey supply. "Get me activated charcoal, now. And send for Colonel McCready." She broke off as the infirmary door slammed open so hard it cracked against the wall, sending dust motes dancing in the shaft of sunlight that cut through the dim interior. The man who filled the doorway made every soldier in the room go still. He was tall, well over 6 feet, and lean as a whip, built like the desert itself had carved him, all hard edges and no mercy. Dust-caked buckskin pants clung to long legs, the leather worn soft as butter and decorated with a single line of blue beadwork down each outer seam, Apache work, precise and beautiful. The pants were tucked into knee-high moccasins, the kind that could move silent as smoke over any terrain. A dark blue cavalry shirt hung open at his throat, revealing a chest that looked carved from desert cliffstone, all muscle and sinew, marked with scars that told stories she didn't want to imagine. The shirt was unbuttoned just enough to show the hollow at the base of his throat where a pulse beat steady and strong. His skin was the color of the desert cliffs at sunset, somewhere between copper and gold, stretched tight over high cheekbones that could have been chiseled by an artist's hand. His jaw was hard, uncompromising, shadowed with black stubble. A thin scar ran from his left temple to his jaw, white against the bronze of his skin, the kind of scar that came from a knife that had meant to kill and almost succeeded. But it was his eyes that stole the air from her lungs. Dark. So dark they were almost black, like looking into a well at midnight. Apache eyes, her brother had called them that once, said they could see your soul, track your thoughts the way he tracked game across rock. They swept the room now, taking in everything, the dying man, the vomit on the floor, her blood-stained hands. Missing nothing. Those eyes held something ancient and wild, something that had never been fully tamed despite the cavalry shirt and the gun belt riding low on his hips. His hair was black as a raven's wing, thick and straight, long enough to brush his shoulders. He'd tied it back with a strip of red cloth, Apache red, the color of war, of blood, of sunset. A few strands had escaped, falling across his face in a way that made her fingers itch to brush them back. She crushed that thought the moment it surfaced. Wolfe. The half-breed scout. The man who'd led her brother's patrol into an ambush 10 months ago. The man she'd sworn to hate until her dying breath. The man whose Apache name was Maitso, Wolfe, because he moved like one, hunted like one, was just as dangerous as one. He stood in her doorway smelling of horse and leather and wood smoke, of creosote bush and desert sage and something else, something wild and male and indefinable that made her skin prickle with unwanted awareness. How many? His voice was low, roughened by desert wind and long silences, carrying just the barest trace of an Apache accent that turned his consonants softer, more deliberate. 4 so far. The words came out clipped. Professional. She wouldn't look at him. Couldn't. If she looked into those eyes again, she might forget to breathe. I don't have time for whatever brought you back to this fort, Scout. But she could feel him watching her. Could feel the weight of that dark gaze on her skin like a physical touch, raising goosebumps along her arms despite the heat. The whiskey. Not a question. He moved closer, and God help her, she tracked him without meaning to. Watch the way he moved, fluid, silent, every step purposeful. Like water flowing downhill. Like smoke rising. Like nothing and no one she'd ever seen. They drank the trader's whiskey. He was close enough now that she caught his scent fully, horse and leather, yes, but underneath it wood smoke and something spicy, cedar maybe, and beneath that the clean smell of male skin and desert wind. It was intoxicating. Infuriating. Miller convulsed again, his back bowing off the table. The sound of his choking filled the room, wet and horrible. I said I don't have time, she started, but her voice faltered as Wolfe moved right up beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off his body. Close enough to see the scar on his chest through his open shirt, claw marks, 4 parallel lines. Bear? Cougar? The muscle beneath was hard as granite. Neither do they. His hand shot out, catching her wrist. The touch was like lightning. His palm was calloused and scarred, rough against her skin, but his fingers were surprisingly gentle as they circled her wrist. Long fingers. Strong. She could feel his pulse against hers, or maybe it was her own heart hammering. Heat flooded through her, pooling low in her belly, and she hated it. Hated him for making her feel anything but rage. His thumb pressed against the inside of her wrist, right over her racing pulse. His eyes met hers, and she saw them darken, saw his pupils dilate. He felt it too, this pull between them, this magnetic thing that shouldn't exist, that she would die before acknowledging. The whiskey's poisoned with strychnine. Maybe arsenic too. His voice had gone lower, rougher. His thumb traced one small circle against her pulse point before he seemed to catch himself. You've got minutes, not hours. She jerked her arm free, but her skin still tingled where he touched her. Still burned. How could you possibly know? Because I found the bodies of 3 Chiricahua raiders and the dragoons yesterday. Same symptoms. He was still too close. She could see gold flecks in those dark eyes, could see the way his chest rose and fell with each breath. Could smell him, God help her, and it made her want to lean closer instead of pulling away. Same supplier who's been running guns to the raiders. Same supplier your brother was meeting the day he died. The world tilted. Don't you dare. Her voice was a whip crack, but she heard it shake. Don't you dare speak about Thomas. Dr. Morgan. Colonel McCrady's voice cut through the tension crackling between them like heat lightning. The colonel stood in the doorway, his withered face grim beneath his campaign hat. His gray cavalry uniform was pressed despite the heat, metals gleaming on his chest. Behind him, more soldiers were gathering. She could hear the commotion, the fear spreading through the fort like wildfire. Miller went still on the table. Too still. The silence after all that convulsing was somehow worse than the noise. Leanna's hands moved automatically, checking for pulse, for breath. Her fingers pressed against his throat, nothing. Against his wrist, nothing. She leaned down, her ear to his chest, her auburn hair falling forward in a curtain around her face. The hair she'd pinned up this morning was escaping its pins, curling in the heat. She'd been told once she was pretty, creamy skin, green eyes, a mouth her mother said was too generous for a lady, but she'd never cared about pretty. Pretty didn't save lives. Nothing. No heartbeat. No breath. No. She started compressions, her small hands pressing hard against Miller's chest, counting, breathing for him. Her gray wool dress, practical, high-necked, long-sleeved despite the heat, pulled tight across her shoulders as she worked. Sweat rolled down her spine. No, damn you, don't. He's gone, document. Hayes's voice was soft. Broken. She kept going. 30 compressions. 2 breaths. Her brother's face flashed behind her eyes, Thomas, laughing, alive, his chestnut hair gleaming in the sun, before Wolfe had led him into the desert and brought back nothing but dog tags and excuses. Leanna. McCrady's hand on her shoulder, heavy with authority and something else. Pity. He's gone. Her hand stilled. Miller's eyes stared at nothing, already glazing over. She'd been a doctor for 6 years, trained in Philadelphia, one of only a handful of women the medical college had accepted, graduated top of her class. She'd seen more death than any woman should, had held men's hands as they died of gangrene and fever and bullet wounds. But this. There's a shipment coming tonight. Wolfe's voice cut through her grief like a blade. More poisoned whiskey. If we don't stop it, this fort will be a morgue by week's end. She turned on him, and the rage that flooded her veins was welcome, clean, so much easier than whatever else she'd been feeling. Get out. But he didn't move. Didn't even flinch. Just stood there, tall and still and utterly unreadable, those dark eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. I need a doctor who can identify the poison. Test it. Find the source. His jaw tightened, and she saw a muscle jump beneath the scar. I need you. You need me? The laugh that tore from her throat was jagged, ugly. She stepped closer to him, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. Close enough to see the stubble on his jaw, the tiny scar through his left eyebrow, the way his pupils dilated as she moved into his space. You murdered my brother, and now you need my help? Something flickered in those impossible dark eyes. Pain? Anger? Heat? It was gone before she could name it, but not before she felt it echo in her own chest. Your brother, he started, his voice dropping to that dangerous rumble that she felt in her bones. Was a hero. Her voice cracked. She was aware of every eye in the room on them, of McCrady watching with hawk-like attention, of the tension crackling between her and Wolfe like summer lightning before a storm. You led him into a trap. You let 12 good men die, and you walked away without a scratch. And now you have the audacity to come here and... He was selling rifles to the raiders, Dr. Morgan. Wolfe's voice was quiet. Deadly. Each word precisely placed like bullets in a chamber. He was meeting his buyer when the ambush happened. The only trap was the one he set for himself. The silence that followed was absolute. Leanna felt the floor shift beneath her feet, felt the world tilt on its axis. You're lying. I have proof. He held her gaze, unflinching, and she saw something in those eyes that terrified her, truth. Raw and terrible and unvarnished. In my quarters. Documents. A ledger in your brother's own hand, detailing every rifle sold, every payment received. His jaw tightened, and she saw him swallow hard, saw his throat work. I've carried that secret for 10 months because I thought the truth would hurt you more than the lie. I let this fort think me a coward. A traitor. I let you hate me because I thought. He stopped, looked away for the first time, and when he looked back there was something naked in his expression that made her chest constrict. But more men are dying, and I'm done protecting dead men's reputations. The silver locket at her throat, Thomas's hair inside, cut before burial, her only piece of him left, felt suddenly heavy, burning against her skin like a brand. Sir. Hayes's voice, shaking. Rollins just died. Chen's not far behind. Through the window, Leanna could see the sun sinking toward the horizon, painting the fort's adobe walls the color of dried blood. The shadows were lengthening, reaching across the parade ground like grasping fingers. In the distance, the Dragoon Mountains rose like broken teeth against the sky, going purple and orange and red with twilight. Somewhere out there, coyotes were starting their evening songs. The temperature was dropping fast the way it did in the desert, from brutal heat to knife-edge cold with nothing in between. Wolfe moved toward the door, and despite everything, the rage, the grief, the confusion, she tracked him. Watched the way the dying sunlight caught in his black hair, turned his skin to burnished copper. Watched the flecks of muscle beneath buckskin and cotton. He moved like water, like wind, like something that had never been truly tamed. He paused at the threshold, silhouetted against the dying light, and God help her, her breath caught in her throat. He looked like something out of a legend, half warrior, half shadow, all danger. I leave at dusk. 1 hour. He turned his head, and those dark eyes found hers across the crowded room, held them with an intensity that made heat pool low in her belly. We ride hard, we ride together, or more men die. His voice dropped lower, intimate despite the audience. Come to my quarters. See the proof. Then decide if you want revenge or justice. He was gone before she could respond, taking the smell of wood smoke in wild places with him, leaving only the stench of death and carbolic in her own racing heartbeat. The infirmary erupted into controlled chaos around her, soldiers carrying out Miller's body wrapped in canvas, Hayes working frantically on Chen, pressing a cloth soaked with ipecac to his lips, orders being shouted. But Leanna stood frozen, her blood-stained hands trembling, her brother's locket heavy against her heart, her skin still tingling where Wolfe had touched her wrist. She could still feel him. Could still smell him. Could still see those eyes, dark and knowing and carrying secrets that might destroy everything she believed. Dr. Morgan. McCrady's voice was grave. He moved closer, and she caught his scent, bay rum and pipe tobacco and old leather. Familiar. Safe. Nothing like Wolfe's wild, dangerous smell. I need to know. Will you go with him? She looked down at Miller's cooling corpse, already stiffening with rigor mortis. Thought of Rollins, gone. Thought of Chen, dying. Thought of Deacons and all the others who might drink poisoned whiskey because she was too afraid to face the truth about her brother. Too afraid to spend hours riding through the desert night with a man who made her pulse race and her skin burn and her carefully controlled world tilt on its axis. Thought of Wolfe's eyes, dark and deep and filled with a pain she recognized because she carried the same weight. The weight of secrets. Of death. Of carrying blame that might not be deserved. She touched the locket at her throat. Inside, a lock of Thomas's chestnut hair. Her brother. Her hero. Her. What if Wolfe was telling the truth? I don't know, she whispered. But even as she said it, she knew she was lying. The sun bled out across the desert, painting the world in shades of red and purple and gold. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Somewhere a bugle sounded evening call. The smell of cook fires drifted on the wind, beans and salt pork and coffee so strong you could stand a spoon in it. And underneath it all, barely there but impossible to ignore, the scent of wood smoke and sage and wild things. In the Apache tongue, Maitso meant wolf. She was beginning to understand why they'd named him that. Predators always knew when they had their prey cornered. The question was, who was the predator and who was the prey? Chapter 2. The hour before dusk stretched like a lifetime. Leanna scrubbed her hands raw in the basin outside the infirmary, the lye soap burning against her skin, turning the water pink with Miller's blood. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since sundown approached, and the desert air had that peculiar crystalline quality it got in November, sharp enough to cut, clear enough to see for miles. The sky was bleeding out in spectacular fashion, layers of crimson and orange and purple stacked like bruises across the horizon. The Dragoon Mountains had gone black against it, jagged silhouettes that looked like the broken teeth of some ancient god. She couldn't stop her hands from shaking. Chen had died 15 minutes ago. Deakins was failing fast, his lips blue, his breathing shallow and wet. She'd done everything she could, activated charcoal, induced vomiting, pumped his stomach until there was nothing left but bile and blood. Nothing worked. The poison was too far into his system, eating him from the inside out. 3 dead. 1 dying. And somewhere in this fort, there were barrels of whiskey waiting to kill more. Your brother was selling rifles to the raiders. Wolfe's words circled through her mind like vultures. She wanted them to be lies. Needed them to be lies. Thomas had been her hero, older by 8 years, the one who taught her to ride, to shoot, to stand up for herself in a world that didn't want women doctors. When their parents died of cholera, Thomas had used his army pay to put her through medical school. He'd been proud of her, protective, good. He couldn't have been a traitor. Could he? She dried her hands on a rough cotton towel, the fabric catching on her cracked knuckles. Her gray wool dress was splattered with blood and vomit, the high collar damp with sweat despite the cooling air. Her auburn hair had escaped its pins completely, falling in waves around her face. She looked like hell. Felt worse. The fort was changing with the dying light. Lanterns were being lit in windows, casting golden squares across the darkening parade ground. Smoke rose from cook fires, carrying the smell of beans and coffee and tobacco. Soldiers moved between buildings like shadows, their voices low and worried. News of the deaths had spread fast. Fear moved faster. Wolfe's quarters were on the far side of the parade ground, past the barracks and stables, and a small adobe building that sat slightly apart from everything else. Of course it did. The half-breed scout didn't belong with the soldiers, didn't belong anywhere really. Caught between 2 worlds, trusted by neither. She hated that she felt a flicker of sympathy for that. The walk across the parade ground felt like walking to her own execution. Every step on the hard-packed earth seemed too loud. Soldiers watched her pass, their faces carefully blank, but she felt their judgment. Saw the questions in their eyes. Why was Dr. Morgan going to see the scout? The man who'd killed her brother? The man who made her pulse race and her skin burn and every carefully built wall she'd constructed around herself feel suddenly, terrifyingly fragile. The sun touched the horizon, and the world went blood-red. Wolfe's quarters were smaller than she'd expected. One room, maybe 12 feet square, with walls of whitewashed adobe that still held the day's heat. A single window looked west toward the mountains, now just black shapes against the sky on fire. The door was rough pine, scarred and weathered, standing half open. She didn't knock. Didn't trust her voice. He was standing at the window, silhouetted against the dying light, and the sight of him stole what was left of her breath. He'd stripped off the cavalry shirt. Bare from the waist up, his skin gleamed like oiled copper in the sunset's glow. Every muscle was defined, shoulders broad and powerful, back tapering to a lean waist, arms corded with strength. Scars marked him like a map of violence, the claw marks on his chest, a puckered bullet wound high on his left shoulder, thin white lines across his ribs that could only be knife wounds. His black hair hung loose now, falling past his shoulders, and she was struck by the terrible beauty of him, savage and civilized all at once, Apache and white, belonging to nothing and no one. He turned when she entered, and those dark eyes found hers with an intensity that made her knees weak. You came. His voice was rough. Surprised? You said you had proof. She stayed near the door, needing the escape route, needing distance between them. The room suddenly felt very small. Very warm. Show me. The space smelled like him, wood smoke and leather and sage, with undertones of gun oil and horse and something indefinably male. A bedroll lay in one corner, neatly tied. A saddle and tack hung from pegs on the wall. A rifle, a Winchester, well-maintained, leaned beside the door. There was no furniture, no personal items except for a war bag made of Apache-worked leather, decorated with intricate beadwork in red and blue and white. He moved to the war bag, and she tracked him helplessly. Watched the play of muscle beneath skin, the way the sunset light caught in his hair, turned his scars to silver. He moved with that fluid, predatory grace that made something low in her belly tighten. Stop it, she told herself viciously. He let Thomas die. He's Apache. He's everything you should hate. But her body wasn't listening. Wolfe pulled a leather portfolio from the war bag, and when he turned back to her, his face was carefully blank. Unreadable. Only his eyes betrayed him, dark and troubled and carrying a weight she recognized. I found these in the canyon where your brother died. He held out the portfolio, but didn't move closer, making her come to him. Hidden in a crevice, wrapped in oilcloth. He must have stashed them there before the ambush. Before. Just show me. Her voice was sharper than she'd intended. She crossed the room, each step an act of will, until she stood close enough to take the portfolio from his hands. Close enough to smell him. Close enough to feel the heat radiating from his bare skin. Close enough to see the pulse beating at the base of his throat, steady and strong. Their fingers brushed as she took the portfolio, and the shock of it went through her like electricity. His hand jerked back as if burned, and she saw his jaw clench, saw a muscle jump in his cheek. He felt it too. This pull. This hunger. She stepped back quickly, clutching the portfolio like a shield, and moved toward the window where the light was better. Her hands trembled as she opened the leather binding. Inside were papers. Dozens of them. And a small leather-bound ledger. She recognized the handwriting immediately. Thomas's neat, precise script, the same hand that had written her letters from the frontier, telling her about his life, his duties, his dreams of making captain. The same hand that had signed the birthday cards he'd sent faithfully every year since she was 6 years old. The ledger was a record. Dates, quantities, prices. Rifles, 50 Springfield rifles, 20 carbines, ammunition. Sold to someone named J. Tate. Payment received in gold. The entries went back over a year. Thousands of dollars. A fortune. Her hands began to shake harder. No. The word came out broken. No, he wouldn't. Keep reading. Wolfe's voice was quiet, but she heard the steel beneath it. The anger. Not at her, at Thomas. There were letters too. Correspondence between Thomas and this J. Tate. Details of meetings, delivery schedules. And then, at the bottom of the stack, orders. Military orders from the fort's armory, signed by Thomas, requisitioning rifles for patrol duty. Rifles that had never made it to any patrol. He was stealing from the army. She couldn't make her voice rise above a whisper. He was stealing weapons and selling them to. She looked up, met Wolfe's eyes. Who's J. Tate? Joshua Tate. Gun runner, whiskey peddler, all-around piece of human refuse. Wolfe's voice had gone cold, hard as obsidian. He supplies raiders on both sides of the border. Sells to Apache, Comanche, Mexican bandits, anyone with gold and no conscience. The rifles your brother sold him have killed soldiers, settlers, women, children. The room spun. Leanna grabbed the window frame, the rough-wood biting into her palm. Outside, the sun had set, leaving only a purple glow on the horizon. Stars were beginning to appear, cold and distant. The day Thomas died. Wolfe moved closer, and she was too stunned to step away. He was meeting Tate for another delivery. I'd been tracking raiders for weeks, found their camp, found evidence they were getting new weapons. I followed the trail back and found, he stopped, and she heard him take a breath. I found correspondence between Tate and an army officer. I didn't know it was Thomas. Not until we were already in the canyon. She turned to look at him, and he was so close now. Close enough that she could see the pain in his eyes, raw and real. I tried to warn him. Wolfe's voice dropped, rough with something that might have been grief. When I realized what was happening, I rode ahead to stop the meeting. But Tate had other plans. He decided it was cheaper to kill his partner than keep paying him. The raiders that hit us, they were Tate's men. They were supposed to kill everyone, including me. Make it look like an Apache raid. But you survived. Her voice was hollow. I'm good at surviving. Something dark flickered in his eyes. And I'm half Apache. When the shooting started, I knew terrain, I knew tactics they didn't expect. I killed 6 of them, drove the rest off. But by then, his jaw clenched. Thomas was already dead. So were most of his men. The few who were still alive, I got out. But I couldn't. He stopped, looked away. I couldn't tell the truth. I couldn't destroy his reputation. You just arrived at the fort, everyone knew how much you looked up to him. And the other soldiers' families, they deserved to think their sons and husbands died as heroes, not as accessories to treason. The locket at her throat felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. So you let them blame you. The words scraped out of her. You let them call you coward. Traitor. You let me, her voice broke. I called you a murderer. For 10 months, I wished you dead, and you let me because the truth would have destroyed you. He turned back to her, and the intensity in his eyes made her breath catch. I've lived with hatred my whole life, Dr. Morgan. From whites who see a savage, from Apache who see a traitor to the blood. What was a little more? His voice dropped. But you'd lost everything already. I couldn't take your brother's memory too. Something cracked open in her chest, something she'd been holding closed for 10 months. Grief, yes, but underneath it rage, not at Wolfe, but at Thomas. At the lie. At the waste of it all. He used his army pay to put me through medical school. The words tumbled out, jagged and raw. I thought he was scraping by, sacrificing for me. But he wasn't, was he? He was selling rifles. Selling death. He paid for my education with blood money. Leanna, Wolfe reached for her, then stopped himself, his hand hanging in the air between them. She looked at that hand, scarred, strong, capable of terrible violence and, she suspected, terrible gentleness. Looked at his face, hard and beautiful and open in a way she'd never seen, all that Apache stoicism stripped away to show the man underneath. A man who'd carried her hatred for 10 months to protect her from the truth. A man who'd let himself be branded a coward to preserve a dead man's honor. A man who was looking at her right now with something in his eyes that made heat flood through her, that made her forget to breathe, that made every wall she'd built come crashing down. Don't. The word came out rough. She stepped back, needing distance, needing air. Don't look at me like that. Like what? But his voice had dropped to that dangerous rumble, and she knew he knew exactly what she meant. Like she couldn't finish. Couldn't name the want she saw in his eyes because it was reflected in her own. This doesn't change anything. My brother is still dead. Those soldiers are still dead. And you're still Apache? The word came out hard. A half-breed? Not good enough for a proper white woman, doctor? That's not, but maybe it was. Maybe part of her was afraid of this pull between them precisely because he was everything she'd been taught to fear. Everything she shouldn't want. We have a job to do. That's all this is. The lie sat heavy in the air between them. Wolfe's eyes went flat, that Apache mask slamming back into place. Of course. His voice was cold now, empty. The whiskey shipment arrives in 2 hours. Tate will be there. We need to leave now. He moved away from her, pulling a fresh shirt from his war bag, another cavalry shirt, this one black. She watched him shrug into it, watched the fabric slide over all that scarred, golden skin, and felt something like mourning. I'll need to pack medical supplies. She was proud that her voice came out steady. Professional. In case there are more victims. And I'll need to test the whiskey, identify the exact poison. Already packed a field kit in my saddlebags. I know what you'll need. He was strapping on his gun belt now, checking his weapons with practiced efficiency. The Apache knife at his hip gleamed dully in the lamplight, bone handle, curved blade, deadly. We ride hard. No stopping. The meeting place is 10 miles northwest, in Dead Horse Canyon. Rocky terrain, lots of places for ambush. We'll need to get there early, scout the area. She should leave. Should go pack her own things, change into riding clothes. Should put distance between herself and this man who made her feel too much, want too much. But she couldn't move. Wolfe looked up, and their eyes met across the small room. The air between them felt charged, electric, like the moment before lightning struck. "This doesn't change anything," she repeated, but her voice was barely a whisper now. "Doesn't it?" He crossed the room in 3 strides, fast and silent, and suddenly he was there, right there, close enough that she could feel the heat of him, smell the sage and smoke in man. His hand came up, and she thought he would touch her face, but he reached past her to grab his rifle from beside the door. Close enough that his hair brushed her cheek. Close enough that she felt his breath against her throat. Close enough that if she turned her head just slightly, her lips would touch the bare skin at his collarbone. She held perfectly still, her heart hammering so hard she was sure he could hear it. "We leave in 15 minutes. His voice was rough, strained. "Meet me at the stables." "And Dr. Morgan?" He stepped back, finally, and the loss of his heat felt like winter. "Wear pants. You can't track a killer in a dress." She fled. The stable was dark, lit only by a single lantern hanging from a post. The smell of horses and hay and leather was thick in the cool night air. Above, stars blazed in a sky gone black as obsidian, so many you could almost reach up and touch them. The moon was just rising, a thin crescent that gave almost no light. Perfect for an ambush. Perfect for murder. Leanna had changed into the only pants she owned, rough canvas trousers she used for riding, tucked into practical leather boots. A white cotton blouse under a brown leather vest that had been Thomas's. His hat too, a wide-brimmed felt hat that smelled faintly of his hair pomade. Wearing his things felt like betrayal now. Or maybe like penance. She'd strapped her medical bag across her shoulders and added a gun belt, a Navy Colt revolver that Thomas had taught her to shoot years ago. She'd never worn it at the fort before. Never needed to. But tonight, she was riding into the desert with a man who was either her ally or her greatest mistake. Tonight, men would die. Maybe her. Maybe Wolfe. Maybe both. Wolfe was already at the stables, saddling a paint horse, brown and white, tall and lean and mean-looking. His own mount, she realized. Not an army horse. The horse stamped and snorted as she approached, rolling its eyes to show white. "Easy, Ghost." Wolfe's voice was low, soothing. His hands moved over the horse with a gentleness that made something in her chest ache. "She's a friend." "Ghost?" Leanna moved closer, keeping her movements slow. The horse watched her with evident suspicion. "He moves like one. Apache trained. He'll go all night without water if I ask him to." Wolfe tightened the cinch, testing it. "You'll ride Sage." He nodded to a gray mare in the next stall, already saddled. "She's steady. Smart. Won't spook easy. You're assuming I can ride." She couldn't keep the edge from her voice. He turned to look at her, and even in the dim lantern light, she saw his eyes travel over her, the pants, the vest, the gun at her hip. Something flickered in his expression. Approval? Heat? Both? "You grew up on the frontier. Your brother taught you to shoot, probably taught you to ride too." He moved to check Sage's saddle. "And you're wearing his things, which means you're still angry at him, but you're also practical enough to know you need them. You're trying to be something you're not comfortable being tonight, a woman who rides into danger. But you'll do it anyway because that's who you are. Brave. Stubborn." His eyes met hers. "Probably too brave for your own good." The assessment was so accurate it stole her breath. "You don't know me. I've watched you for 10 months. The words hung in the air, intimate and dangerous. "I've seen how you work, steady hands, quick mind, never flinching even when men die in front of you. I've seen how you walk across the parade ground with your head up, even when soldiers whisper horror because you're a woman doing a man's job. I've seen, he stopped himself, jaw clenching. I know enough. You've been watching me. It should have sounded like an accusation. Instead it came out breathless. Every day. His voice dropped. Every day. The air between them went molten. A sound from outside shattered the moment, hoofbeats, fast and hard, coming toward the stables. Wolfe's hand went to his gun in one fluid motion, his body shifting into something coiled and deadly. The rider burst through the stable doors, Private Davidson, his face white with panic in the lantern light, his horse lathered and blowing hard. Doc. Scout. He practically fell from the saddle. It's Colonel McCready, he drank the whiskey. He's convulsing, you have to come now. Leanna's blood went cold. When? 5 minutes ago. He's in his quarters, I came straight here. Show me. She was moving before the words finished, but Wolfe caught her arm. It's a trap. His voice was flat. Certain. What? Think about it. The Colonel's too smart to drink the whiskey after 3 men died from it. This is Tate's doing, he knows we're coming for him tonight. He needs to stop us. Or a man is dying and needs help. She jerked her arm free. I'm a doctor, Wolfe. I don't leave people to die based on suspicion. And I'm a scout. I don't walk into ambushes. His eyes were hard. We leave now, we still have time to stop the shipment. We stay, we lose everything. I'm not leaving McCready. She turned to Davidson. Take me to him. Dr. Morgan, Wolfe's voice was tight with frustration. You want to ride out alone, Scout, go ahead. She swung up onto Sage's saddle in one smooth motion, surprising herself. The mare shifted beneath her, responding to the tension. But I took an oath. I don't abandon patients. She saw something flash in Wolfe's eyes, respect, anger, and something that looked almost like fear. Not for himself. For her. Then we go together. He mounted Ghost in one fluid leap. But we go ready for a fight. They rode out of the stables at a gallop, Davidson leading the way across the dark parade ground toward the officers' quarters. The fort was lit by scattered lanterns now, casting pools of gold in the darkness. Soldiers stood in doorways, watching. Too many soldiers. All watching. All positioned perfectly to see them ride past. Wolfe's hand went to his rifle. Something's wrong, he said quietly, but his voice carried. There are too many. The shot came from the roof of the barracks. It hit Davidson square in the chest, punching him backwards out of his saddle. He hit the ground hard and didn't move. Blood, black in the lamplight, spread across the pale dust. More shots erupted from the shadows, from windows, doorways, rooftops. The parade ground became a killing field. Ride. Wolfe's voice cut through the chaos. Ride now. Leanna dug her heels into Sage's sides, and the mare leaped forward. Bullets whined past her head. Ghost surged up beside her, Wolfe low in the saddle, his rifle already up and firing. She heard the crack of his shots, heard someone scream. The fort gates were ahead, standing open. Why were they open? And beyond them, the desert stretched out in darkness, offering escape or death. She couldn't tell which. Sage's hooves thundered on packed earth. Wolfe rode beside her, firing, reloading, firing again. The gates were so close now, 50 yards, 40. A figure stepped into their path. He was tall, lean, dressed in a long duster that hung open to show a gun belt with 2 revolvers. His face was shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat, but she saw his teeth flash white as he smiled. Raised both guns. Aimed them directly at her chest. Dr. Morgan, he called out, his voice pleasant, conversational, as if they weren't in the middle of a firefight. Your brother sends his regards from hell. Joshua Tate. Time seemed to slow. She saw his fingers tighten on the triggers. Saw the muzzles flash. felt Wolfe's hand grab her waist, hauling her sideways with inhuman strength. The bullets meant for her heart punched into Wolfe's shoulder instead. She felt him jerk. Felt his blood, hot and wet, spray across her face. Felt him start to fall. No! The scream tore from her throat. But Ghost, well-trained and loyal, kept running. Kept carrying them both through the gates and into the darkness beyond. Behind them, the shooting continued. Ahead, the desert waited, vast and empty and offering nothing but death. Wolfe slumped against her, his weight almost pulling them both from the saddle. Blood soaked through his shirt, dripping onto her hands where she gripped his vest, trying to hold him upright. "Stay with me." Her voice was harsh, commanding. "Wolfe, stay with me." His head rolled against her shoulder. In the thin moonlight, she saw his face, pale beneath the bronze, jaw clenched against pain. His eyes found hers, dark and unfocused. "Should've let you hate me," he whispered. His hand came up, touched her face where his blood had splattered. "Safer, that way." Then his eyes rolled back, and he went limp in her arms. Behind them, more gunfire erupted. Shouting. The thunder of pursuing hooves. Ahead, the desert darkness swallowed them whole. And Leanna rode on, holding a dying man against her chest, his blood soaking into her brother's vest, while somewhere in the darkness, a man who wanted her dead was giving chase. The night smelled like gunpowder and blood and sage. It smelled like the end of everything. Or maybe the beginning. Chapter 3. The desert at night was a living thing, breathing, watching, waiting to kill. Leanna rode like the devil himself was chasing her, because he was. Behind them, at least a dozen riders pounded through the darkness, their shouts carrying across the empty miles like the howls of wolves closing in on wounded prey. The thin crescent moon gave almost no light, just enough to turn the landscape into a nightmare of black shadows and silver edges. Saguaro cacti loomed like skeletal giants. Rock formations rose from the sand like tombstones. Every sound was amplified in the crystalline air, hoofbeats, her own ragged breathing, the wet rasp of Wolfe's breath against her neck. He was dying. She could feel it in the way his body had gone slack against hers, and the hot flood of blood soaking through her vest, and the way his head lolled with each of Sage's pounding strides. The mare was blowing hard, foam flecking her neck, but she kept running with a loyalty that made Leanna's throat tight. Ghost ran alongside them, riderless now but staying close, his paint coat ghostly in the starlight. Smart horse. Apache trained, Wolfe had said. She prayed that meant he knew the way home if she couldn't get them out of this alive. "Wolfe." She spoke close to his ear, her voice sharp, commanding. "Wolfe, I need you to stay conscious. Tell me where to go." "Wolfe." Nothing. His breathing was getting shallower, faster. Shock setting in. She could feel his blood pulsing out with each heartbeat, hot and slick against her hands where she pressed them against his shoulder, trying to stanch the flow while simultaneously keeping them both in the saddle. A bullet whined past her head, so close she felt the air displacement. The pursuers were gaining. Panic clawed at her throat, but she shoved it down. Panic killed. Her training had taught her that. Stay calm. Assess. Act. The terrain was changing, the flat desert floor giving way to rocky ground, to boulders and arroyos and twisted juniper trees that clung to life in the thin soil. The Dragoon Mountains were closer now, black masses against the star-strewn sky. They rose up like the walls of hell, all jagged peaks and deep canyons where a person could hide or die or both. Where Wolfe had tracked for weeks. Where he knew every rock, every trail. If she could just get them into those mountains, maybe they'd have a chance. Sage stumbled on loose rock, and Leanna's heart stopped. But the mare caught herself, surged forward. Good girl. Brave girl. More shots. Closer. She heard one thud into something, a cactus? A rock? She didn't dare look back. Ahead, the ground dropped away into darkness, an arroyo, maybe, or a canyon. No way to tell how deep. No way to tell if there was a way down. But the alternative was certain death. Hold on, she whispered to Wolfe, though she didn't know if he could hear. Didn't know if he was even still alive. Just hold on. She aimed Sage at the darkness and prayed. The mare half ran, half slid down a steep embankment, her hooves scrabbling for purchase on loose shale. Leanna clung to Wolfe with one arm, gripping the saddle horn with white-knuckled fingers with the other. Rocks cascaded around them. Ghost followed, sure-footed as a mountain goat despite the treacherous descent. They hit bottom in a shower of gravel and dust. The arroyo was maybe 15 feet deep, its walls steep sandstone, its floor sandy and dotted with sage and Mormon tea. It curved ahead into darkness, winding between rock walls that rose higher and higher. Above them, she heard the pursuers reach the rim. Heard them pull up short, horses snorting and stamping. They went down. A man's voice, rough and angry. Get down there and finish them. It's too steep in the dark, boss. Horses'll break their legs. Then go around. Find another way down. That voice was smoother, educated, with a southern drawl that made her skin crawl. Tate. I want that woman alive. The breed you can kill slow. Leanna didn't wait to hear more. She urged Sage forward, deeper into the arroyo, letting the darkness swallow them. The walls rose higher on either side, blotting out the stars. The air smelled different here, cooler, damper, with hints of mineral and stone. Her thighs ached from gripping the saddle. Her arms trembled from holding Wolfe's dead weight. But she kept going, following the twisting path as it narrowed, deepened, became a true canyon. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit faded. But she knew they'd be coming. Knew Tate would find a way. Wolfe groaned against her neck, and relief flooded through her so intense it made her dizzy. Alive. Still alive. Stay with me, she whispered fiercely. You don't get to die, you hear me? Not after taking a bullet meant for me. Not after, her voice cracked. Just stay with me. The canyon opened into a wider space, maybe 30 feet across, with one wall deeply undercut, forming a shallow cave. Enough to offer shelter. Enough to hide them if she could stop Wolfe's bleeding before it left a trail even a blind man could follow. She pulled Sage to a halt, and the sudden cessation of movement made the night seem deafeningly quiet. Just the sound of the horses breathing hard. The trickle of water somewhere nearby, a spring? And in the distance, very faint, the sound of men and horses searching. Getting Wolfe down from the saddle was a nightmare. He was a big man, all muscle and bone and dead weight now, and she was small, barely 5'4" and slight despite years of physical work. But desperation gave her strength. She half lowered, half dropped him to the sandy ground, wincing as he groaned. I know, I'm sorry. Her hands were already moving, assessing. 2 gunshot wounds, entry wound high on his left shoulder, exit wound through his back. The exit wound was worse, ragged and bleeding freely. But the fact that the bullet had gone through was good. No digging for lead. No infection from a bullet lodged against bone. If she could stop the bleeding. If she could prevent shock. If infection didn't set in. Too many ifs. She grabbed her medical bag from Sage's saddle with shaking hands. The horse was blowing hard, her sides heaving. Leanna took precious seconds to loosen the cinch, give the mare some relief. Ghost stood nearby, watchful, his ears swiveling to catch every sound. The overhang would have to do for shelter. She couldn't risk a fire, the light would be visible for miles. But she needed light to work. Starlight. It would have to be enough. She dragged Wolfe into the deeper shadow of the overhang, her boots slipping in sand, her breath coming in gasps. He was leaving a dark trail behind them, blood, too much blood. His face in the starlight was gray beneath the bronze, lips pale, eyes closed. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold. Working quickly, she stripped off his gun belt, yanked open his shirt. The black fabric was soaked, sticking to his skin. She peeled it away and bit back a sound. The wound was bad. The bullet had hit high, missed the lung but torn through muscle and maybe nicked the subclavian artery. Blood welled up with each heartbeat, though slower now. His body was shutting down, trying to preserve blood for vital organs. "Don't you dare." She pressed her hands over the wound, applying direct pressure. His blood was hot, slick, pulsing weakly against her palms. "Don't you dare die on me, Maitso." His eyes fluttered open at the sound of his Apache name. Dark, unfocused, but aware. Present. Leanna. Her name on his lips, rough and raw. His hand came up, closed over hers where it pressed against his wound. His fingers were cold. "Go. Leave me. They want you, not." "Shut up." She didn't move her hands. "Just shut up and let me work." "Stubborn woman." "Damn right." She felt a wild, hysterical laugh bubble up and forced it down. "Now hold still." She worked by starlight and touch, her hand steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. Cleaned the wound with whiskey from her medical kit, the good kind, not poisoned, and Wolfe hissed through his teeth but didn't cry out. Packed the entry wound with clean bandages, using every trick she knew to stop the bleeding. The exit wound was harder, ragged, messy, the kind of wound that festered if you weren't careful. "Need to cauterize," Wolfe breathed. His hand still covered hers, whether to help her apply pressure or just to touch her, she couldn't tell. "Fire." "No fire. Too risky. Infection, worse than Tate." His eyes found hers in the darkness. "Do it." He was right, damn him. The wound needed to be cauterized or he'd die of sepsis within days. But that meant heat, and heat meant light, and light meant... A sound echoed down the canyon. Voices. Distant but getting closer. "Do it." Wolfe's voice was stronger now, or maybe just more desperate. "Now." She looked at him, really looked. At the pain etched in every line of his face. At the way his jaw was clenched so hard she could see the muscle jumping. At his eyes, dark and deep and fixed on her with an intensity that made her chest constrict. "This is going to hurt," she whispered. "Everything hurts." His hand tightened over hers. "Just don't stop touching me." The words hung in the air between them, intimate and raw. She didn't let herself think about what they meant. Working quickly, she built a tiny fire in a depression in the rock, just enough to heat the blade of his Apache knife, which she'd taken from his belt. The flames were small, barely knee-high, but in the darkness they seemed bright as a beacon. She shielded them with her body, praying no one would see. The knife blade glowed red in minutes. She looked at Wolfe, and he nodded once, sharp. She'd cauterized wounds before. Knew what was coming. But knowing didn't make it easier. "Bite this." She shoved a leather strap from his war bag between his teeth. "And try not to scream." His eyes met hers, and despite everything, the pain, the danger, the death hunting them, she saw something flicker there that looked almost like amusement. Then she pressed the glowing blade to his torn flesh. The smell of burning meat filled the air. Wolfe's back arched, every muscle going rigid, but the only sound that escaped was a muffled grunt behind the leather strap. His hand shot out, gripped her thigh, fingers digging in so hard she'd have bruises. But he didn't scream. Didn't thrash. Just endured with that terrible Apache stoicism that made her want to weep. She worked fast, sealing the exit wound, then the entry wound. His fingers stayed clamped on her thigh the whole time, an anchor, a lifeline. When it was done, she threw the knife aside and covered both wounds with clean bandages, wrapping them tight. He spit out the leather strap, gasping, sweat pouring down his face. "Hell of a bedside manner. Doctor. You're delirious." But her voice shook. Her hand shook. Now that it was over, the adrenaline was draining away, leaving her hollow and terrified. Not delirious enough. His hand was still on her thigh, and even through the thick canvas of her pants she could feel the heat of it. Feel the way his fingers trembled slightly, not from pain. Now, but from something else. Can still feel how scared I was when those bullets meant for you. Don't. She tried to pull away, but he held on. Thought I'd watch you die. His voice was getting rougher, whether from pain or emotion she couldn't tell. 10 months. I've watched you. Wanted you. Hated myself for wanting you. And tonight I thought, Wolfe, stop. My name. His eyes locked on hers, fierce and burning. Say my name. My real name. Maitso. The Apache word felt strange on her tongue. Foreign. Wild. Wolfe. Yes. His hand slid higher on her thigh, just slightly, and she felt heat flood through her that had nothing to do with the dying fire. You're saying it wrong. Let me. He tried to sit up, and the movement made him gasp in pain. Fresh blood seeped through the bandages. Lie still, you idiot. She pushed him back down, her hands on his bare chest, feeling the heat of his skin, the hard muscle beneath, the too-fast beat of his heart. You'll tear the wounds open. Worth it, to hear you say my name, right. She was leaning over him now, her hair falling around them like a curtain, their faces inches apart. She could feel his breath on her lips. Could see the starlight reflected in his dark eyes. Could smell him, blood and smoke and sage and something else, something that was just him, just this man who'd taken a bullet for her, who'd carried her secrets, who looked at her like she was something precious and dangerous all at once. This is insane, she whispered. You're bleeding. There are men hunting us. My brother sold weapons to killers and you knew and you let me hate you and you want me anyway. His good hand came up, cupped her face, thumb brushing across her cheekbone. I can see it. Feel it. You've wanted me since the moment I walked into that infirmary. Maybe before. I hate you. Liar. His thumb moved to her lower lip, tracing it slowly. You want to hate me. Different thing. She should pull away. Should put distance between them. Should remember that he was Apache, that he'd let her brother die, that everything about this was wrong. But his hand on her face felt like coming home. And when she looked into his eyes, she didn't see a savage or a scout or a half-breed. She just saw a man. A complicated, damaged, impossibly brave man who'd sacrificed his reputation to protect her. Who was looking at her right now like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. Maitso, she breathed, and this time she tried to get the pronunciation right, letting the word roll off her tongue the way he had, all soft consonants and breathed vowels. Better. His thumb still traced her lip, and she felt herself leaning into his touch despite every instinct screaming at her to run. Again. No. But it came out weak. Unconvincing. Coward. The word was a challenge. A dare. I am not. He pulled her down and kissed her. The world exploded. His lips were rough, chapped from wind and sun, but they moved against hers with a hunger that stole her breath. His hand fisted in her hair, holding her to him, and she let him, God help her, she let him. Kissed him back with 10 months of denied want, of forbidden attraction, of every rule she'd ever been taught shattering around them. He tasted like copper and smoke and something wild. His mouth moved over hers, demanding, possessive, and she opened for him, let him in, gasped when his tongue swept against hers. Heat flooded through her, pooling low in her belly, making her ache in places she tried to pretend didn't exist. She should stop this. Should pull away. Should remember. His wound. God, his wound. She jerked back, gasping. You're bleeding. You'll. Don't care. His voice was rough, wrecked. His eyes burned into hers. Kiss me again. You need to rest. You've lost too much blood, you're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking, perfectly clearly. His hand in her hair tightened, pulled her back down. I'm thinking. I should have done this 10 months ago. First time. I saw you, in that infirmary, your hair down, blood on your hands, saving a man's life. Thought you were the most beautiful, most dangerous thing I'd ever seen. Wolfe. I'm thinking, if Tate finds us, if this is the only night we get. I don't want to waste it, pretending I don't want you. The words hit her like a physical blow. Because he was right. They might die tonight. Probably would die. And she was so tired of pretending. So tired of following rules that had never made sense. So tired of being the proper lady doctor who never let herself feel, never let herself want. She wanted. God, how she wanted. One kiss, she whispered. Just one more. Then you rest. Liar, he said again, but he was smiling, a real smile, the first she'd ever seen on his face, and it transformed him. Made him not beautiful but something better. Something real. She kissed him again, slower this time. Softer. Let herself taste him, learn him, memorize the feel of his mouth on hers in case they didn't survive the night. His good hand roamed her back, pulling her closer, and she went, carefully mindful of his wound but unable to stop herself. Heat built between them, dangerous and addictive. When she finally pulled away, they were both breathing hard. His eyes were dark, dilated, fever-bright. That was more than one, he managed. I lost count. She sat back on her heels, trying to find her equilibrium, but her whole body was thrumming. Alive. Awake in ways she'd never felt before. He reached up, traced her jaw with his fingertips. Leanna. That's your name. Beautiful. Soft. Like you. I'm not soft. No. His eyes roamed her face like he was memorizing it. You're steel. Fire. You're everything. The moment stretched between them, fragile and perfect. Then shattered. Ghost's head came up, ears pricked forward. A low nicker of warning. Wolfe's eyes went flat, hard. Apache eyes. Predator eyes. They're here. Leanna heard it then, the sound of hooves on stone. Closer. Much closer. And voices, carrying through the canyon. Tracks lead this way, boss. Blood trail. They can't be far. Good. That smooth southern drawl. Tate. The breed's probably dead by now. But the woman, I want her alive. She has questions to answer about her dear, departed brother. Questions that will be much more persuasive when asked with a blade. Cold flooded through Leanna's veins. Wolfe tried to sit up, his face going white with pain. Gun, he rasped. Give me my gun. You can barely move. Don't need to move to shoot. His hand found hers, squeezed hard. Hide. When they come, you hide. I'll draw them off. Like hell. She grabbed his revolver from the gun belt, checked the cylinder. 5 rounds. Not enough. Not nearly enough. We fight together or we die together. Stubborn, beautiful, infuriating. Save your breath. She moved to the edge of the overhang, peering out into the darkness. Shapes moving in the starlight. At least 8 men, maybe more. All armed. All between them and any way out. Wolfe managed to sit up, his back against the rock wall, his Apache knife in one hand despite the gun she'd given him. Come here. We don't have time. Come. Here. She moved back to him, and he caught her face in his hand, pulled her down for one more kiss. This one was different, soft, lingering, tasting of goodbye. If we don't make it, he whispered against her lips, I want you to know, these 10 months, watching you, wanting you, even hating myself for it, they were worth it. You were worth it. Tears burned her eyes. Don't say goodbye. Not goodbye. His thumb brushed away a tear she hadn't known she'd shed. Promise. I promise, when this is over. I'm going to court you proper. Take you riding. Show you the desert, the way I see it. The way my mother's people see it. Beautiful. Sacred. His eyes held hers. I'm going to make you fall in love with me. Wolfe. And you're going to let me. He smiled, that devastating smile. Because you already half want to. She opened her mouth to deny it, but the words wouldn't come. Because he was right. The sound of hooves stopped right outside their hiding place. "Check that overhang," Tate's voice commanded. "I can smell blood." "They're close." Leanna raised Wolfe's revolver, her hand steady despite the fear racing through her. Beside her, Wolfe lifted his gun, his movements slow but sure. "Together," she whispered. "Together," he agreed. A shadow appeared at the entrance to the overhang. Then another. Then. Well. Tate stepped into view, backlit by starlight, his long duster making him look like a figure from a nightmare. "Dr. Morgan. You've led us on quite a chase." His teeth flashed white as he smiled. "But I'm afraid it ends here." He raised his gun, and Leanna saw her death in the black circle of the barrel. A shot rang out, but not from Tate's gun. From somewhere above them. From the canyon rim. Tate jerked, spun, his gun firing wild. His men scattered, shouting, returning fire at the unseen shooter. More shots rained down from above, precise, deadly. 2 of Tate's men dropped. Then a third. "Ambush," someone screamed. "It's an ambush." But who? Leanna didn't wait to find out. She grabbed Wolfe, hauled him to his feet despite his grunt of pain. "Move! Now!" They stumbled deeper into the overhang, away from the chaos. Behind them, gunfire echoed through the canyon like thunder. Men screaming. Horses panicking. The back of the overhang narrowed into a crack, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A way out? A dead end? No choice. "Go," Wolfe gasped, shoving her toward it. "Go." She slipped into the crack, the stone scraping her shoulders, her hips. Behind her, she heard Wolfe following, heard his ragged breathing. The crack twisted, turned, widened into darkness. They emerged into a larger canyon, this one steeper, narrower, the walls rising straight up on both sides. The shooting was behind them now, but echoing strangely off the rocks. Ahead, the canyon climbed upward, littered with boulders and scree. Leanna looked back at Wolfe. Even in the starlight she could see he was at the end of his strength. Blood soaked through his bandages again. His face was gray. "Can you climb?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "Don't have a choice." He managed a grim smile. "Besides, I'm Apache. We're good at climbing." They started up, Leanna supporting as much of his weight as she could. Every step was agony, she could see it in the way his jaw clenched and the tremors running through his body. But he didn't stop. Didn't complain. Just kept climbing. Behind them, the gunfire cut off abruptly. The sudden silence was somehow worse. "They're coming," Wolfe breathed. "Whoever killed Tate's men, they're coming for us too. Maybe they're friendly. In my experience, no one's friendly." He stumbled, and she caught him. "Leanna. If they catch us. If I can't. Shut up and climb." They reached a ledge maybe 20 feet up, a narrow shelf that offered some cover. Leanna pulled Wolfe onto it, and he collapsed against the rock, gasping. His bandages were completely soaked now. Shock was setting in again. She had minutes to stabilize him. Maybe seconds. Below them, she heard sounds. Movement. Someone climbing after them. She raised the revolver, aimed at the darkness below, and waited. A figure emerged into starlight, tall, lean, dressed in cavalry blue. An officer's uniform. A captain's bars on his shoulders gleaming silver. But it was the face that made Leanna's world tilt on its axis. It was impossible. He was dead. She'd seen his body. She'd buried him. The man smiled, and it was Thomas's smile. Her brother's smile. "Hello, sister," he said pleasantly. "Did you miss me?" Then he raised his gun and fired. Chapter 4. The bullet hit the rock 3 inches from Leanna's head, showering her with stone fragments. She fired back on instinct, pure training overriding the shock that had turned her blood to ice water. The revolver bucked in her hand, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding her. Her shot went wide. Or maybe she'd missed on purpose. Maybe some part of her brain couldn't reconcile firing at her brother, her dead brother, her ghost brother, her brother who was alive and trying to kill her. Thomas. His name tore from her throat, raw and broken. The man below laughed, and the sound was so familiar it made her chest ache. He moved with casual grace up the rock face, one hand gripping the stone, the other holding his revolver steady. More figures emerged behind him, at least 6 men, all armed, all climbing with military precision. Not quite dead, I'm afraid. Thomas's voice floated up, pleasant, conversational. The same voice that had read her bedtime stories when she was 6. The same voice that had promised to always protect her. Though I appreciate the memorial service. Very touching. Mother's hymn was a nice touch. Beside her, Wolfe tried to sit up, his gun hand shaking but steady. Leanna, he rasped. Shoot him. I can't, he's my brother. He's not your brother anymore. Wolfe's dark eyes found hers, fierce and urgent. That man died. This is something else. Thomas reached the ledge, pulled himself up with athletic ease, and Leanna finally got a good look at him in the starlight. He was both exactly as she remembered and completely different. The same chestnut hair, though longer now, touching his collar in waves that their mother would have scolded him for. The same strong jaw, the same aristocratic nose, the same blue-gray eyes that she saw in her own mirror every morning. But there was something wrong with those eyes now, something cold and empty where warmth used to live. His face was harder, leaner, withered by months of desert sun. A new scar ran along his left jawline, white against tanned skin. He'd grown a beard, neatly trimmed, shot through with premature gray at the temples that made him look older than his 30 years. He wore a captain's uniform, stolen, she assumed, or maybe earned through lies and murder. The dark blue wool was dusty but well-maintained. His boots were good leather, expensive. A gun belt rode low on his hips, holding 2 revolvers and a knife. Everything about him screamed competence. Control. Danger. This was not the brother who'd taught her to ride. This was a predator wearing her brother's face. You look well, Leanna. Thomas holstered his gun with practiced ease, his movements fluid and confident. His men spread out along the ledge behind him, rifles trained on her and Wolfe. Frontier life agrees with you. Though I must say, the pants are a bit unladylike. His eyes traveled over her, assessing, and she felt stripped bare. And keeping company with a half-breed scout? Mother would be scandalized. Mother's dead. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. The revolver in her hand was suddenly heavy. You made sure I believed you were too. Necessary, I'm afraid. He moved closer, casual as if they were meeting for tea. His boots scraped on stone, the sound loud in the terrible silence. Your grief was quite convincing. Sold the story perfectly. No one questioned that Thomas Carmichael, sorry, Morgan now, is it? We've been using Mother's maiden name? That brave Lieutenant Morgan died a hero's death fighting Apache raiders. You let me bury an empty casket. The word scraped out of her. You let me mourn you. For 10 months her voice broke. How could you? How could I? Thomas's laugh was harsh. Dear sister, how could I not? I'd built quite an enterprise selling rifles to the highest bidder. But then you arrived at the fort, fresh from Philadelphia with your medical degree and your noble intentions. My baby sister, the doctor. The hero. The moral compass of the Morgan family. His voice turned bitter. You would have ruined everything. So you faked your own death. Wolfe's voice was rough, but strong enough. He'd managed to sit up fully, his back against the rock wall, his gun trained on Thomas despite the tremor in his hand. Led your own men into an ambush. Let them die. Let me take the blame. The half-breed. Thomas turned his attention to Wolfe, and his lip curled. I must admit, you were the perfect scapegoat. Everyone expects savages to betray civilized men. No one questions it. He smiled, cold and sharp. Though I will say, you put up quite a fight that day. Killed 6 of Tate's best men before I had to call them off. Impressive. For an Apache. The last word dripped with contempt. Wolfe's jaw clenched, but his gun didn't waver. Tate's dead. We heard the shots. Yes, unfortunate that. Thomas sighed, pulling out a cigar from his coat pocket with his free hand. Joshua was useful but ultimately too greedy. Wanted a bigger cut. Threatened to expose the operation. He bit off the end of the cigar, spit it over the edge. So I killed him. Made it look like you did it. Very convenient. One of his men struck a match, and Thomas leaned in to light his cigar. The flame illuminated his face in flickering orange, throwing shadows under his eyes, making him look like something from a nightmare. Leanna caught the smell of sulfur and tobacco, mixing with the scent of blood and stone and the desert's cold night air. You killed Tate. Leanna's mind was racing, trying to understand. But the poisoned whiskey, that was his operation. Was it? Thomas drew on the cigar, the end glowing red in the darkness. The smell of it, rich, expensive Virginia tobacco, was hideously familiar. Their father had smoked the same brand. Dear Joshua was just the middleman. I'm the one who supplied the poison. Strychnine is remarkably easy to obtain if you know the right people. And remarkably effective at thinning the ranks of soldiers who might ask inconvenient questions about missing rifles. The words hit like physical blows. You poisoned your own men. Not my men anymore. He exhaled smoke, watching it curl up toward the stars. I'm done playing soldier for the United States Army. I've made enough selling to both sides of every conflict from here to Mexico. Raiders, revolutionaries, Apache war chiefs, they all pay in gold. Real gold, not army scrip. His eyes found hers, and they were cold as winter. I'm building something, Leanna. An empire. And I needed to tie up loose ends before moving on. I'm a loose end. The realization settled like ice in her stomach. You and the scout both. Thomas gestured with the cigar. You see, dear sister, you're the only one who knows I'm alive now. And he nodded at Wolfe. He has evidence. Documents. My ledger. Can't have that floating around. You came here to kill us. She said it flatly. Not a question. Nothing personal. But his smile said otherwise. Actually, that's a lie. It's quite personal. You always were father's favorite. The brilliant daughter. The one who got the education, the opportunities. While his voice turned sharp. I was just expected to serve. To sacrifice. To die if necessary for flag and country. So you became this instead. Disgust flooded through her. A traitor. A murderer. A businessman. Thomas's hand moved fast, backhanding her across the face. The blow snapped her head back, split her lip. She tasted copper, felt blood well up warm and wet. But worse than the pain was the shock. Thomas had never hit her. Never. Not once in all their years together. Wolfe roared something in Apache and tried to lunge forward, but one of Thomas's men slammed a rifle butt into his wounded shoulder. Wolfe went down with a strangled gasp, fresh blood blooming through his bandages. No! Leanna started toward him, but Thomas grabbed her arm, yanked her back. His fingers dug into her flesh, hard enough to bruise. Let's not do anything stupid. Though I must say, he pulled her closer, studying her face in the starlight. His breath smelled of tobacco and whiskey. You seem awfully concerned about the half-breed. Has my proper little sister been letting a savage put his hands on her? Heat flooded her face, shame and rage and something else she didn't want to name. Thomas's eyes widened. My God. You have. His laugh was ugly. You've let him touch you. Kiss you, probably. Maybe more. Oh, Leanna. Mother really would be scandalized. Let her go. Wolfe's voice was pure gravel, pure fury. He'd managed to get to his knees, his gun still somehow in his hand. Blood ran down his arm, dripped from his fingers. "This is between you and me." "No." Thomas's grip on Leanna's arm tightened. "This is between family. You're just," he looked at Wolfe with contempt. "You're nothing. A half-breed scout playing at being civilized. You think you can have her? You think she'd ever truly choose you?" He laughed. "She's using you. When this is over, if you survive, she'll go back to her proper world and forget you existed." "That's not true." The words burst from Leanna before she could stop them. What?" Thomas's eyes glittered. "You love him? This Apache? This savage who probably can't even read?" He jerked her closer to the small fire one of his men had built, a real fire now, since there was no longer any need to hide. The flames cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting the cruel twist of his mouth. "Look at yourself. You're bleeding. Exhausted. Half mad with fear. And you're defending him." The firelight threw harsh shadows across Thomas's face, made him look skeletal, demonic. Smoke rose from the flames, carrying the smell of burning juniper and pine. One of his men had made coffee. She could smell it, rich and bitter, mixed with the tobacco and blood and the clean cold scent of desert night. "He took a bullet for me." Her voice was steady now, certain. "He's been protecting me. Which is more than I can say for my brother." Something flickered across Thomas's face. Pain? Regret? It was gone before she could name it. "Protecting you." He released her arm with a shove that sent her stumbling. "Is that what he told you? He's protecting you?" Thomas moved to the fire, warming his hands, the cigar clenched between his teeth. "Did he tell you how he tracked me for weeks? How he found my ledger, my evidence?" "He wasn't trying to protect you, Leanna. He was building a case. Probably planning to use it for leverage. Pardons, money, who knows?" "Liar." But Leanna's voice wavered. "Was it true? Had Wolfe been using her? Am I?" Thomas's eyes were knowing. "Ask him. Ask him why he really kept my secret for 10 months. Ask him what he wanted in exchange." She looked at Wolfe, and her heart clenched. He was pale as death, swaying where he knelt, blood soaking through everything. But his eyes, those dark, fathomless eyes, met hers steadily. "I kept your secret," Wolfe said, his voice directed at Thomas but his eyes never leaving Leanna's, "because she loved you. Because destroying that would have destroyed her." He swallowed hard, and she saw his throat work. "I wanted nothing. No leverage. No deals. Just," his voice dropped. "Just to spare her pain." "How noble." Thomas's voice dripped sarcasm. "How utterly selfless. And you believed this, Leanna? You believed a half-breed scout sacrificed his reputation out of the goodness of his heart?" "Yes." The word came out stronger than she felt. "I believe him." Something dangerous flashed in Thomas's eyes. "Then you're a fool." He moved toward Wolfe, drawing his revolver. "Let me show you what your noble savage is really capable of." He aimed the gun at Wolfe's head. "No." Leanna threw herself forward, but two of Thomas's men grabbed her, held her back. "Thomas, don't. Please. Please?" Thomas looked at her over his shoulder, and his face was terrible. "You're begging for his life? You, who I raised. Who I put through medical school. You'd choose him over me? You chose this." The words tore from her. "You chose betrayal, murder, money over honor. You chose to become this monster. So yes," her voice broke. "Yes, I choose him. I choose the man who tried to protect me over the brother who's trying to kill me." Silence fell, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the harsh sound of Wolfe's breathing. Thomas's face went carefully blank. "I see." He cocked the hammer on his revolver. "Then you can watch him die first." "Wait." Leanna struggled against the hands holding her. Thomas, wait, I have something you want. Something you need. He paused, interested despite himself. What could you possibly have that I need? The ledger. She was making it up as she went, praying he'd believe her. Wolfe gave it to me. Before we left the fort. I hid it. Insurance, he called it. She forced herself to meet Thomas's eyes. You kill us, you'll never find it. But let us go, and I'll tell you where it is. Thomas steadied her, his eyes narrowed. You're lying. Am I? She fought to keep her voice steady. Why else would we run? We were coming out here to find you, Thomas. To stop your shipment. Wolfe said we needed leverage. The lies flowed easier now. Said the ledger was the only thing keeping us alive. If you had it, you'd have no reason not to kill us. She saw the calculation in Thomas's eyes. Saw him weighing the risk. Even if you're telling the truth, he said slowly, what makes you think I'll let you go? I could torture it out of you. You could try. She lifted her chin. But you know me, Thomas. You know how stubborn I am. How much pain I can endure. I've sawed through men's legs while they screamed. I've dug bullets out of my own hand without flinching. She paused. I'm Father's daughter too. I'll die before I break. For a long moment, Thomas said nothing. The fire popped, sending up sparks that drifted toward the stars. The smell of smoke and coffee and blood hung heavy in the cold air. Then he lowered his gun. Fine. Where is it? Let us go first. Thomas laughed, short and sharp. I'm not that stupid. Tell me where it is, and I'll consider letting you live. That's not. A sound echoed through the canyon, the distinctive crack of a rifle shot, followed by another, then another. Shouts erupted from below, where Thomas had left more of his men. The sound of hoofbeats, running, chaos. Thomas spun toward the edge of the ledge. What the hell? One of his men stumbled into the firelight, clutching his side, blood pouring between his fingers. Sir. We're under attack. At least 20 riders, coming in from the north. Another rifle shot, and the man jerked, a hole appearing in his forehead. He dropped like a stone. Thomas's men scattered, taking cover, returning fire into the darkness below. The ledge erupted into chaos. Wolfe moved fast despite his wounds, despite the blood loss, despite everything. His hand shot out, grabbed a burning branch from the fire, and hurled it into the face of the man nearest him. The man screamed, clawing at his face, and Wolfe took his rifle in one smooth motion. Leanna. Down. She dropped as bullets whined overhead. Thomas fired at Wolfe, but the shot went wide. Wolfe rolled behind a boulder, came up firing. The rifle cracked once, twice, and 2 of Thomas's men went down. The men holding Leanna released her to grab their weapons. She scrambled toward Wolfe, keeping low, her heart hammering. He grabbed her arm as she reached him, pulled her behind the boulder. Who's shooting? She gasped. Don't know. Don't care. His face was gray, sheened with sweat. The exertion had torn his wounds open again. Blood ran freely down his chest. Can you ride? Yes, but. Then we go. Now. He grabbed her hand, and they ran. The ledge was chaos, men shooting, screaming, dying. Thomas's voice rang out, trying to restore order, but it was lost in the gunfire. Wolfe led her along the cliff face, away from the fire, into darkness. Behind them, she heard Thomas shouting her name. Leanna. Leanna, come back. I'll find you. I'll always find you. They reached a narrow path leading down, barely visible in the starlight. Wolfe started down it, his movements getting slower, less sure. She could hear his breathing, too fast, too shallow. Hold on, she whispered. Just a little further. At the bottom, Ghost waited like a miracle. The paint horse nickered softly, pushing his nose against Wolfe's chest. Sage was there too, cropping at sparse grass, her reins trailing. How had the horses found them? Or had Wolfe known they would? Apache trained, Wolfe managed, reading her expression. Told you. Smart horse. She helped him into the saddle, more like poured him into it, and he slumped forward, barely conscious. She mounted Sage, grabbed Ghost's reins, and kicked both horses into motion. They rode through the darkness, away from the gunfire, away from Thomas and his men and whoever was attacking them. The canyon walls rose on either side, channeling them forward, deeper into the mountains. Behind them, the shooting continued. Then, slowly, it faded, swallowed by distance and stone. Leanna didn't know where they were going. Didn't know if Wolfe could stay conscious long enough to guide them. Didn't know who'd attack Thomas's men or if they were friends or enemies. All she knew was that her brother, her dead brother, her alive brother, her monster brother, was out there. Hunting her. And he would find her. I'll always find you. The words echoed in her mind like a curse. They rode for what felt like hours. The terrain changed, grew steeper, rockier. The air grew thinner, colder. Dawn was maybe an hour away. She could see the faintest lightening of the sky to the east. Wolfe stirred against her. She'd pulled him onto Sage with her, unable to trust him to stay on Ghost alone. He mumbled something in Apache, his head lolling against her shoulder. Stay with me, she whispered. Please, Maitso. Stay with me. Leanna. Her name, rough and slurred. His good hand found hers, squeezed weakly. Your brother, going to keep coming. I know. Can't protect you, like this. His breathing hitched. Need to stop. Rest. Or I'll die. He didn't say it, but she heard it anyway. She looked around desperately. The canyon had widened into a small valley, sheltered by high walls. A stream trickled through it. She could hear the water, smell the moisture. Trees, actual trees, cottonwoods, and willows grew along the water. And there, cut into the canyon wall, she saw darkness. A cave? A hollow? Shelter. She guided Sage toward it, Ghost following faithfully. The horses' hooves splashed through the stream, the sound impossibly loud. As they got closer, she saw it was indeed a cave, not deep, but enough. Protected. Hidden. She slid from the saddle, nearly collapsing as her legs gave out. Everything hurt. She was covered in blood, Wolfe's blood, her own from where Thomas had hit her, Miller's blood from what felt like a lifetime ago. Getting Wolfe down from the horse was a nightmare. He was mostly unconscious now, his skin burning with fever, his bandages completely soaked through. She dragged him into the cave, laid him on sand that was surprisingly soft, surprisingly warm. The horses stood at the cave mouth, blocking the entrance, standing guard. Leanna collapsed beside Wolfe, her hands shaking as she checked his wounds. Bad. So bad. The bleeding had slowed, but infection was setting in. She could see it in the angry red spreading from the wound sites, could feel it in the heat radiating from his skin. She had her medical bag. Had supplies. But she was so tired. So frightened. Don't leave me. The words came out broken, and she realized she was crying. Tears running down her face, mixing with blood and dirt. Please don't leave me. I can't do this alone. Wolfe's eyes fluttered open, and even fever-bright, they found hers. His hand, trembling, reached up and touched her face. Not alone, he whispered. Never alone. Then his hand fell away, and his eyes closed. For a terrible moment, she thought he'd stopped breathing. But no, his chest rose and fell, shallow but steady. She had time. Not much, but some. She pulled out her supplies, began cleaning his wounds again by the thin gray light of approaching dawn. Her hands moved automatically, doing what they'd been trained to do. But her mind was elsewhere. On Thomas. On his cold eyes and cruel smile. On the way he'd looked at her like she was a problem to be solved, an obstacle to be removed. On the mysterious riders who'd saved them. Who were they? Where had they come from? On Wolfe, dying in her arms, and the terrible realization that she couldn't lose him. Wouldn't survive losing him. The sun rose slowly, painting the canyon walls gold and orange and red. Beautiful. Terrible. The light crept into the cave, illuminating Wolfe's face, peaceful now in unconsciousness, the harsh lines softened, the predator sleeping. She'd finished dressing his wounds when she heard it. The soft nicker of a horse. Not Ghost. Not Sage. Someone else. Her hand went to the revolver at her hip, Wolfe's gun, the one she'd taken from his belt. She moved to the cave entrance, peering out. A figure sat on horseback maybe 50 yards away, silhouetted against the rising sun. Watching. Waiting. As her eyes adjusted, she made out details. The horse was an Appaloosa, spotted white and brown. The rider was small, too small to be Thomas. Dressed in buckskin and cotton, with long black hair braided down their back. A woman. An Apache woman. The woman raised one hand in what might have been greeting or might have been warning. Then she turned her horse and disappeared into the golden morning light. Leanna stood frozen, her heart hammering. Who was that? One of the mysterious riders from last night? A friend? An enemy? Behind her, Wolfe groaned in his sleep, muttering words she didn't understand in a language she was just beginning to learn. She looked at him, this man who'd taken a bullet for her, who'd kissed her like she was precious, who'd promised to court her proper if they survived. This man whose world she was just beginning to glimpse. And she realized with terrible clarity that surviving the night might have been the easy part. Because out there, somewhere, Thomas was coming. And now someone else was watching them too. The sun climbed higher, burning away the last shadows. Leanna checked her gun one more time, made sure the chamber was full. Then she settled beside Wolfe, her back against the cave wall, the revolver in her lap, and waited. For Thomas. For the mysterious Apache woman. For whatever came next. The desert held its breath. And in the distance, barely audible, she heard it, the sound of hoofbeats. Coming closer. Chapter 5. The hoofbeats grew louder, and Leanna's finger tightened on the trigger. The morning sun was fully up now, flooding the canyon with harsh golden light that made everything sharp-edged and pitiless. Heat was already building, the desert's cruel transition from freezing night to burning day taking less than an hour. Sweat trickled down her spine despite the chill still clinging to the cave's interior. The air smelled of sun-baked stone and creosote, of horse and leather and the coppery tang of blood that seemed to permeate everything. Behind her, Wolfe's breathing had changed, faster, more labored. The fever was climbing. She'd done everything she could with her limited supplies, but infection was setting in with the ruthless efficiency of desert bacteria meeting open wounds. If she didn't get him real help soon, clean water, proper medicines, rest, he would die. The thought made her chest constrict with a panic that had nothing to do with Thomas or survival and everything to do with the impossible man lying unconscious behind her. The rider appeared around a bend in the canyon wall, the same Apache woman from before, still mounted on the spotted Appaloosa. In the full light of day, Leanna could see her clearly now. She was maybe 40, though with Apache women it was hard to tell, their faces held age differently, weathered by sun but somehow ageless. Her skin was the color of burnished copper, smooth and unlined except for creases around her eyes that spoke of years spent squinting into harsh light. High cheekbones, a strong nose, a mouth that looked like it rarely smiled. Her hair was pure black shot through with silver, braided in the traditional Apache way and wrapped with red cloth. She wore a loose cotton blouse decorated with intricate beadwork, blue and white and red in geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. A split buckskin skirt reached to her knees, and below that, traditional Apache boots that laced up the calf. But it was her eyes that struck Leanna most, dark as midnight, sharp as obsidian blades, missing nothing. Eyes that had seen violence and survival and loss. Eyes that, Leanna realized with a shock, looked remarkably like Wolfe's. The woman stopped her horse 20 feet from the cave mouth. Made no move for the rifle slung across her back or the knife at her belt. Just sat there, still as stone, studying Leanna with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "You are the doctor." Not a question. The woman's English was heavily accented but clear, each word carefully pronounced. Her voice was low, rough as desert wind over sand. Leanna kept the revolver trained on her. Who are you? I am called Dakia. The woman's lips twitched, not quite a smile. It means walk softly. Though the whites call me Ghost Walker because I move where they cannot see. She tilted her head, studying Leanna like a hawk studying a rabbit. You are Leanna. The army doctor who does not act like other white women. Who wears a man's clothes and carries a gun and saves lives instead of taking them. How do you know my name? My son speaks of you. Dakia's eyes moved past Leanna, into the cave's shadows where Wolfe lay. Something flickered across her face, concern? Pain? Even in his fever dreams, he speaks your name. Over and over. Like a prayer. The words hit like a physical blow. Your son. Leanna's voice came out barely a whisper. Wolfe is your son. Maitso. Dakia pronounced it correctly, with the soft consonants and breathed vowels that Leanna could never quite master. Yes. He is my son. My only child. And you, her dark eyes pinned Leanna. You are the reason he is dying. The accusation stung because it was true. Wolfe had taken bullets meant for her. Had bled protecting her. Was lying in a cave burning with fever because of her. I'm trying to save him. Leanna's voice was steady despite the guilt crushing her chest. But I need help. Real help. Clean water, medicines, time. You need what the whites call a hospital. Dakia's voice was flat. But the hospital is at the fort. And at the fort, your brother's men wait to kill you both. You know about Thomas. I know many things. Dakia dismounted in one fluid motion, moving with a grace that reminded Leanna painfully of Wolfe. She approached slowly, hands visible, non-threatening. Up close, she smelled of sage and wood smoke and something herbal Leanna couldn't identify. I know Thomas Morgan is not dead. I know he has been selling rifles that kill my people. I know he has sent 20 men to hunt you through these mountains. She stopped at the cave entrance, looking past Leanna to where Wolfe lay. And I know that if my son dies protecting a white woman, his spirit will never rest. He's not going to die. The words came out fierce, certain. Dakia's eyes snapped back to her, sharp and assessing. You care for him. It wasn't a question, but Leanna answered anyway. Yes. You are white. He is Apache. Your people and mine, we are at war. I know. Your brother will kill you for choosing him. I know that too. Dakia studied her for a long moment, and Leanna had the unsettling feeling of being weighed, measured, judged by standards she didn't fully understand. My son was born in the time when the Americans first came to our lands, Dakia said finally, her voice taking on the cadence of storytelling. His father was a cavalry officer. A good man, they told me. An honorable man. Her mouth twisted. He promised to marry me. To take me to his people. Instead, he gave me a son and a broken promise. He rode away when Maitso was still at my breast. I never saw him again. She moved into the cave, and Leanna let her, lowering the gun but not holstering it. Dakia knelt beside Wolfe, her hands moving over him with practiced efficiency, checking his wounds, feeling his fever, examining his eyes and pulse. He grew up caught between worlds, she continued, her voice softer now. Too white for the Apache, too Apache for the whites. Both peoples rejected him. Called him half-breed. Mongrel. Traitor. Her hand brushed Wolfe's face, gentle as a whisper. He could have chosen hatred. Many do. Instead, he chose to be a bridge. To scout for the army, hoping to prevent bloodshed on both sides. To protect both peoples, even when neither wanted his protection. Leanna's throat was tight. That must have been lonely. Loneliness can be survived. Dakia's eyes met hers. But loneliness without hope, that kills the spirit long before the body dies. She paused. For 10 months, I have watched my son carry your hatred. Watched it eat at him like poison. He could have told you the truth about your brother. Could have cleared his name. But he chose your peace over his own. I know. The guilt was crushing. I know what he sacrificed for me. Do you? Dakia's voice was sharp. Do you understand what it cost him? To let you look at him with disgust? To hear you call him murderer? To want you, dream of you, and know you despised him? Leanna's breath caught. He told you. He told me nothing. I am his mother. I know. Dakia's hand remained on Wolfe's forehead, feeling the heat. When you look at my son, what do you see? The question was a challenge. A test. Leanna looked at Wolfe, really looked. At the sharp planes of his face, softened now by unconsciousness. At the scars marking his chest, each one a story of survival. At his hands, scarred and strong, capable of terrible violence and terrible gentleness. At the way his hair fell across his face, black as a raven's wing. At his mouth, that had kissed her like she was precious. I see a man, she said quietly. A brave man. A good man. A man who deserves better than the world has given him. And his Apache blood? His savage heritage? The words were bitter. I see a man, Leanna repeated, stronger now. That's all. That's everything. Dakia was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded once, sharp and decisive. Good. Because you will need to see clearly for what comes next. She stood, moving to the mouth of the cave. Your brother is 3 miles behind us. He has 15 men left. I killed 5 last night. He is tracking you by blood trail, by horse tracks. He will be here by midday. Leanna's blood ran cold. How do you know this? Because I have been watching him since he came to these mountains. Dakia's voice was hard. He sells rifles to men who use them to kill my people. He poisons soldiers who might discover his crimes. He is a snake that must have its head cut off. You're the one who attacked his men last night. I and others. Chiricahua warriors who have lost too many to the rifles your brother provides. Dakia turned back to her. We followed him to kill him. We saved you because Maitso was with you. Now we face a choice. What choice? I can take my son. Take him to our hidden places in the mountains where the whites cannot follow. Give him to our medicine people who know the old ways of healing. Dakia's eyes were hard. But if I do this, you will face your brother alone. And you will die. The words hung in the air, heavy as stones. Or? Leanna's voice was steady despite the fear crawling up her spine. Or you can come with us. Leave the white world behind. Become one of the people. Dakia's gaze was unwavering. But once you walk that path, there is no returning. You will be Apache. Your brother, your old life, everything you were, it will be dead to you. And the whites will hunt you as they hunt us. Leanna's mind raced. Go with them? Become Apache? It was insane. Impossible. And yet, what did she have to return to? A brother who wanted her dead. A fort full of soldiers who would never believe Thomas was alive. An army that would court-martial her for deserting her post. A society that barely tolerated women doctors, that would never accept one who'd run off with an Apache scout. She looked at Wolfe again. Watched his chest rise and fall, labored but steady. How long does he have? She asked quietly. Without proper treatment? A day. Maybe 2. Dakia's voice was clinical. The infection is spreading. If it reaches his blood, his heart, she didn't finish. And your medicine people can save him? Perhaps. We have ways the whites do not understand. Plants, rituals, knowledge passed down through generations. Dakia paused. But there are no guarantees. The wound is bad. He has lost much blood. His body is weak. But there's a chance. There is always a chance. That is all anyone gets. Leanna holstered the revolver. Made her decision. Then we go. Now. Before Thomas gets here. Dakia's eyebrows rose slightly. You choose this? Knowing you can never go back? I choose him. The words came out certain, clear. Whatever that means. Wherever that leads. For the first time, Dakia smiled, a real smile, small but genuine. My son chose well. He didn't choose me. I chose him. Did you? Dakia's smile widened slightly. Or did you both choose each other the moment you met and simply spent 10 months pretending otherwise? Before Leanna could respond, Dakia whistled, a sharp, carrying sound that echoed off the canyon walls. Within seconds, 4 more riders appeared, materializing from behind rocks and trees as if conjured from air itself. 3 men, 1 woman, all Apache, all armed, all moving with that same fluid grace that marked them as warriors. They wore a mixture of traditional clothing and white man's garb, buckskin and cotton, moccasins and stolen cavalry boots. Their faces were hard, weathered by sun and violence. They looked at Leanna with open suspicion. The tallest man, maybe 50, with scars marking his chest and arms, his hair shot through with gray, spoke rapidly in Apache to Dakia. Leanna caught a few words she recognized: white woman, danger, foolish. Dakia responded in kind, her voice sharp with authority. The man argued back, gesturing at Leanna. The conversation grew heated. What's he saying? Leanna asked. Nanton, his name means leader, thinks you are a liability. That you will slow us down. That you will betray us to your people. Dakia's voice was neutral. He says we should leave you here for your brother to find. And what do you say? I say she is the woman my son has chosen. I say she has proven herself by choosing him over her own blood. Dakia's eyes were hard as obsidian. I say if anyone harms her, they answer to me. Nanton said something else, short and sharp. Dakia laughed, a sound like stones grinding together. He says if your brother kills you, at least he will not have to carry you through the mountains. Comforting, Leanna muttered. The other woman, younger, maybe 30, beautiful in a fierce way with eyes that could cut glass, moved forward. She spoke to Dakia in rapid Apache, too fast for Leanna to catch. Itza wants to know if you can ride, Dakia translated. And if you can shoot. And if you will slow us down when we must move fast. Leanna straightened her spine, met the woman's challenging gaze. I can ride. I can shoot. And I won't slow you down. Itza said something else, and Dakia's mouth twitched. She says we will see. She says white women often promise much and deliver little. Then she'll be pleasantly surprised. Dakia translated, and Itza's eyes narrowed. But there might have been the ghost of respect there. We must move quickly, Dakia said, all business now. Nanton, Itza, make a travois for Maitso. We cannot put him on horseback in his condition. She turned to the other 2 men. Kurik, Chayton, cover our trail. Make it look like we went north toward the Mexican border. Then double back and follow. The men moved immediately, no questions, no hesitation. Within minutes they'd constructed a travois, 2 long poles lashed together with rawhide, stretched with canvas stolen from some long ago raid. They secured it to Ghost's saddle with practiced efficiency. Moving Wolfe onto the travois was agony, for him and for Leanna, who watched him gasp and groan despite his unconsciousness. Fresh blood seeped through his bandages. His skin was burning, dry as parchment. How far is it? Leanna asked as they lifted him. To your camp? Half a day's hard ride. Dakia was tightening the lashings, making sure Wolfe was secure. Through terrain that will break an inexperienced rider. Up trails that were old when your people first came to this land. I can make it. You will have to. Dakia's eyes met hers. Because if you cannot, my son dies. And if my son dies, she left the threat unfinished. They moved out within 10 minutes, a silent line of horses picking their way up a narrow trail that clung to the canyon wall. Leanna rode Sage, the mare sure-footed despite the treacherous path. Dakia led on her Appaloosa, with Nanton and Itza flanking. Ghost followed, the travois dragging behind him, Wolfe's unconscious form secured with rawhide straps. The other two men had already disappeared, going to lay a false trail. The trail climbed steeply, switching back and forth up the canyon wall. Loose shale made every step dangerous. One misstep would send horse and rider tumbling hundreds of feet to the rocks below. Leanna forced herself not to look down, kept her eyes on Dakia's back, focused on breathing. The sun climbed higher, turning the canyon into an oven. Heat radiated from the stone walls, making the air shimmer. Sweat soaked through Leanna's clothes. Her thighs ached from gripping the saddle. Her hands were raw from clutching the reins. But she didn't complain. Didn't ask to stop. Didn't look back. Even when she heard, faint and distant, the sound of men shouting. Thomas's voice, carrying across the canyon, calling her name. Leanna. I know you're here. There's nowhere to run. Dakia held up a hand, and they all stopped. Silent as ghosts. Far below, Leanna could see them, Thomas and his men, picking through the valley they just left. 15 men, heavily armed, spreading out to search. Thomas stood in the center, his chestnut hair gleaming in the sun, his captain's uniform dark blue against the pale sand. Even from this distance, she could see him turning, scanning the cliffs with field glasses. Looking for her. She held her breath. Didn't move. Sage's sides heaved beneath her, but the mare stayed silent, well-trained. For an endless moment, Thomas's glasses swept the cliff face. Passed over them. Moved on. He hadn't seen them. The angle was wrong, the sun in his eyes, their Apache guides knowing exactly where to stop to remain invisible. But then one of his men shouted, pointing. At what? The cave? The blood trail? Thomas's head snapped up, glasses rising again. Move. Dakia's voice was barely a whisper. Now. Fast. They kicked their horses into motion, abandoning stealth for speed. The trail narrowed even further, became barely more than a ledge. Sage's hooves slipped on loose rock, sending stones tumbling down. Each falling stone sounded like thunder, announcing their position. Behind them, Leanna heard shouts. The crack of rifle fire. A bullet pinged off rock 3 feet from her head. Go! Nanton's voice, harsh and commanding. Go, go, go! They ran, or as close to running as you could get on a narrow mountain trail with a sheer drop on one side. The horses' hooves struck sparks from stone. The travois bounced wildly behind Ghost, and Leanna's heart was in her throat thinking of Wolfe being thrown, being hurt worse, being. The trail turned sharply, following a crack in the cliff face. They plunged into shadow, into a narrow defile barely wide enough for a horse. The walls rose straight up on both sides, so close Leanna could touch them with her outstretched hands. More gunfire, echoing strangely in the confined space. But they were around the corner now, out of direct line of sight. The shots went wide. The defile opened onto a broader trail, this one leading up and over the ridge. They climbed, the horses laboring, foam flecking their necks. Leanna's world narrowed to Sage's ears, to the sound of hooves on stone, to the burning in her lungs. At the top of the ridge, Dakia called a halt. They were on a narrow saddle between two peaks, with views stretching in every direction. Behind them, the valley where they'd camped. Ahead, a maze of canyons and mesas, stretching to the horizon in shades of red and gold and purple. They cannot follow us here, Dakia said. The trail from below is hidden. Only the people know it. Thomas will find it. Leanna's voice was hoarse. He always finds a way. Perhaps. Dakia's eyes were distant, calculating. But by then we will be gone. Deep into the stronghold. Where even the cavalry fears to follow. They started down the far side of the ridge, and the landscape changed. The rock here was older, darker, ancient stone that had stood when the world was young. Petroglyphs marked some of the cliff faces, spirals and handprints and figures that might have been human or might have been gods. The air smelled different here too, pine and juniper mixing with the ever-present sage, and something else. Something that felt old. Sacred. This was Apache land. Real Apache land. The stronghold Dakia had spoken of. As they descended into a hidden valley, Leanna saw it, a cluster of wickiups nestled against the base of a cliff. 20, maybe 30 traditional Apache dwellings, dome-shaped frames covered with hides and brush. Smoke rose from cook fires. Children played in the dust. Women worked at grinding stones and tanning racks. A hidden village. A sanctuary. And as they rode in, every eye turned to watch them. To watch the white woman riding among them. Leanna felt the weight of those stares, hostile, suspicious, calculating. She was the enemy here. The invader. The representative of a people who had killed and displaced and broken treaty after treaty. But she lifted her chin and met their eyes steadily. She had made her choice. There was no going back. They stopped in the center of the village, and immediately people swarmed the travois. An old woman, ancient, her face a map of wrinkles, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, pushed through the crowd. She spoke rapidly in Apache, her hands moving over Wolfe's body. The medicine woman, Dakia, said quietly, "Nascha. If anyone can save him, she can." They lifted Wolfe from the travois with surprising gentleness, carried him toward one of the larger wickiups. Leanna moved to follow, but Dakia's hand on her arm stopped her. "Let them work. Our ways are not your ways. You would only be in the way. But I'm a doctor. You are a white doctor. You know white medicine." Dakia's voice was firm. "Nascha knows the medicine of the people. Let her try first. And if it doesn't work, then you can try your way." Dakia's eyes softened slightly. "But for now, you must trust us. Trust that we want my son to live as much as you do." It went against every instinct Leanna had. But she nodded, "Let them take Wolfe away." Dakia led her to a different wickiup, smaller but well-maintained. Inside, it was dim and cool, smelling of smoke and sage and tanned leather. Blankets covered the floor. A small fire pit sat in the center, cold now. "This was Maitsoa's home when he lived with us," Dakia said. "Before he chose to scout for the army. Before," she stopped. "It is yours now. For as long as you stay." Leanna looked around the small space. Saw evidence of Wolfe everywhere, a war bag hanging on the wall, decorated with the same intricate beadwork she'd seen on Dakia's clothes. A bow and quiver of arrows. A knife with a bone handle. Small things, personal things. "Rest," Dakia said. "You have been awake all night. You need strength for what comes." "What comes?" Leanna's voice was sharp. "What do you mean?" "Your brother will not stop hunting you. The army will not stop looking for their missing doctor. And my people," Dakia's face was troubled. "They do not trust you. Some will want to kill you to prevent you from betraying our location. Some will want to use you as a hostage. Some will simply want you gone. And you? I want my son to live." Dakia's voice was hard. "Everything else is secondary." She left, and Leanna was alone. She sank onto the blankets, her body suddenly weak as water. Everything caught up with her at once, the exhaustion, the fear, the grief. Thomas was alive. Thomas wanted her dead. She'd run away with Apache warriors into their hidden stronghold. She'd left behind everything, her job, her reputation, her life. For a man she barely knew. A man who might die anyway. She pulled off her boots, her hands shaking. Lay back on the blankets and stared at the wickiup's domed ceiling, watching smoke stains and shadows dance in the dim light. What have I done? But even as the thought formed, she knew the answer. She'd chosen life over safety. Love over fear. A future unknown over a past that was built on lies. She'd chosen Wolfe. And whatever came next, whatever price she had to pay, she would face it. Her eyes drifted closed. Just for a moment. Just to rest. She woke to screaming. It took a moment to orient herself. Where was she? The Wickiup. The Apache village. She'd been asleep. How long? The light was different. Late afternoon, judging by the angle of the sun coming through the Wickiup's opening. She'd slept for hours. And outside, people were screaming. She grabbed her boots, yanked them on, and burst through the opening. Chaos. People running. Women grabbing children. Men snatching up weapons. And above it all, Dakia's voice, shouting orders in Apache. Leanna grabbed a young woman running past. What's happening? The woman jerked away, eyes wild with fear, babbling in Apache. She pointed toward the valley entrance. Leanna turned and felt her blood freeze. Riders. At least 50 of them, pouring into the valley. Cavalry uniforms. Army rifles. Led by a man in a captain's uniform on a big bay horse. Thomas. He'd found them. But how? They'd covered their trail. They'd been so careful. Thomas rode forward until he was maybe 100 yards from the village. Then he stopped, raised one hand. His men fanned out behind him, forming a line. Rifles at the ready. He looked directly at Leanna across the distance. She could see him smile. Then he raised his voice, strong and carrying. Leanna. I know you're there. Come out, and I promise no one else has to die. Silence fell over the village. Every eye turned to her. The white woman. The one who brought this danger to their doorstep. Dakia appeared at her side, a rifle in her hands. You do not have to go. If I don't, he'll attack. People will die. Children will die. They may die anyway. Dakia's voice was grim. Your brother did not bring 50 men to talk. Leanna looked at the Wickiup where they'd taken Wolfe. Is he still alive? Still fighting? Dakia's hand gripped her shoulder. Nascha says he is strong. That his spirit is not ready to walk the star path yet. Tell him, Leanna's voice caught. Tell him I'm sorry. That I chose him. That it mattered. She started walking toward Thomas before Dakia could respond. The distance across the village square felt like miles. Every step was an act of will. But she kept her head high, her spine straight. She would not show fear. Would not give Thomas the satisfaction. She stopped 20 feet from where he sat on his horse. Close enough to see his face clearly. The brother she'd loved. The monster he'd become. Hello, sister, Thomas said pleasantly. You've been busy. Let these people go. They have nothing to do with this. Don't they? Thomas's eyes swept the village. Harboring a fugitive. Aiding an army deserter. Shooting at federal troops. He smiled. I'd say they have everything to do with this. It was me you wanted. I'm here. True. Thomas dismounted, walked toward her. But I'm afraid it's not that simple anymore. You see, I've been thinking. About what you said. About insurance. Dread pooled in Leanna's stomach. What do you mean? The ledger. You said you hid it. Said it was insurance. Thomas stopped a few feet away. Close enough to reach out and touch. I don't believe you. I think you were lying. I think the half-breed still has it. And I think, his hand moved, faster than a snake striking. He grabbed her, spun her around, pressed a knife to her throat. I think he'll give it to me if I threaten to cut your pretty throat. The Apache warriors raised their rifles, but Thomas pressed the knife harder. Leanna felt the blade bite, felt blood trickle down her neck. Ah, Thomas called out. Lower your weapons, or she dies. Right now. Right here. Slowly, reluctantly, the rifles lowered. Thomas's breath was hot against her ear. Now. Someone bring me my Itzo. The half-breed scout. Bring him here, or I start cutting pieces off his woman. He's dying. Leanna gasped. He can't. Then carry him. Thomas's voice was cold. You have 5 minutes. After that, the knife pressed harder. Movement at the medicine wickiup. The flap opened. And somehow, impossibly, Wolfe emerged. He could barely stand. 2 men supported him, one on each side. His chest was wrapped in fresh bandages, stained red in places. His face was gray as ash, sheened with fever sweat. But his eyes, those dark, burning eyes, were alert. Aware. Fixed on Thomas. On the knife at Leanna's throat. Let her go. Wolfe's voice was rough, broken, but steady. This is between you and me. Is it? Thomas laughed. I don't think so. I think my sister has feelings for you. Inconvenient feelings. He pressed the knife harder, and Leanna gasped as the blade bit deeper. Tell me where the ledger is, half-breed. Or I open her throat. Wolfe's eyes met hers across the space. And in them, she saw something that made her chest constrict. Goodbye. Wolfe, no, she started. The ledger's in my war bag, Wolfe said. In my wickiup. The one with the eagle painted on the hide. See? That wasn't so hard. Thomas gestured to one of his men. Go get it. Check that it's genuine. If it is, he smiled. Maybe I'll let her live. The soldier dismounted, headed toward the wickiup Wolfe had indicated. Time seemed to stretch, endless and terrible. The man emerged holding the leather portfolio Leanna remembered. He brought it to Thomas, who released her just enough to flip it open one-handed. His eyes scanned the contents. And something changed in his face. This is it, he breathed. This is actually it. The original ledger. Every sale, every buyer. He looked at Wolfe with something like respect. You held onto this for 10 months. Could have used it for leverage, for blackmail, he stopped. Why didn't you? Wolfe didn't answer. Just looked at Leanna. Thomas followed his gaze. Saw the look between them. And his face twisted with rage. You did it for her. His voice was disbelieving. You stupid, noble fool. You did all of it for her. He threw the portfolio into one of the cook fires. Flames licked up, consuming paper and leather and 10 months of evidence. There, Thomas said. Now no one can prove anything. No one knows I'm alive except you two and these savages. And dead men tell no tales. He raised his gun, pointed it at Wolfe's chest. No. Leanna threw herself sideways, breaking Thomas's grip. The knife cut deeper as she tore away, but she didn't stop. Didn't hesitate. She put herself between Wolfe and the gun. You want to kill him? Her voice rang out, clear and strong. You'll have to kill me first. Leanna, move, Wolfe's voice, desperate. But she didn't move. Didn't flinch. Thomas stared at her, the gun unwavering. You would die for him? For an Apache half-breed? For a savage? I would die for the man I love. The words rang out across the silent village. Thomas's face went white. Then red. Then something beyond rage. So be it. His finger tightened on the trigger. And in that frozen moment, in that heartbeat before death, Leanna heard it. A sound like thunder. Like the earth breaking open. The ground beneath them shook. Then erupted. Chapter 6, Blood and Dust. The ground didn't just shake, it exploded upward in a geyser of dust and stone and Apache warriors. They erupted from beneath the earth itself, from tunnels dug under cover of darkness, from hiding places excavated over days of preparation. 20 warriors, maybe 30, painted for war with white clay and red ochre marking their faces in patterns that turned them into living nightmares. They came up behind Thomas's line of cavalry, inside his defensive perimeter, where no attack should have been possible. The ambush was perfect. Devastating. Brutal. Thomas's men had no time to turn, to aim, to even understand what was happening before Apache war clubs and knives were among them. The sound was terrible, men screaming, horses shrieking, the wet thud of weapons meeting flesh. Blood sprayed across sun-baked earth, turning the dust to crimson mud. Thomas spun, his gun swinging away from Leanna toward the chaos behind him. In that heartbeat of distraction, Wolfe moved. He shouldn't have been able to. Should have been too weak, too injured, too close to death. But he lunged forward with the last reserves of his strength, his shoulders slamming into Thomas's gun arm just as it fired. The shot went wild, the bullet whining past Leanna's head close enough that she felt the air displacement. Thomas and Wolfe went down in a tangle of limbs, rolling across the ground. Wolfe's bandages tore open, fresh blood blooming bright red against white cloth. But his hands found Thomas's throat, and despite everything, the fever, the blood loss, the weakness, his grip was iron. "Run," he gasped at Leanna. "Run." But she couldn't run. Couldn't move. Could only watch as her brother and the man she loved tried to kill each other while chaos exploded around them. The battle was brutal and intimate all at once. Apache warriors fought with knives and war clubs against cavalry rifles and sabers. The confined space of the valley made formations impossible. It became a melee, individual fights scattered across the bloodied ground. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid stench of fierce sweat. Dust rose in choking clouds, turning the afternoon sun blood-red. Dakia appeared at Leanna's side, a rifle in her hands, firing with methodical precision. Each shot dropped a cavalry soldier. Her face was hard as stone, painted with white clay that made her look like a death spirit. "Help my son," she shouted over the din. "Get him away." Leanna moved finally, breaking from her paralysis. She grabbed Wolfe's arm, tried to pull him off Thomas. "Wolfe, stop. You'll kill yourself." Thomas's face was turning purple, his hands scrabbling at Wolfe's grip. But even weakened, Wolfe's Apache-trained strength was formidable. His dark eyes were burning, fever-bright, fixed on Thomas with an intensity that bordered on madness. "He tried to kill you," Wolfe rasped. "He dies. Not like this." Leanna dug her fingers into his shoulders, heedless of his wounds. "Not if it kills you too." For a moment she thought he wouldn't listen. Thought he'd strangle Thomas right there and bleed out doing it. But then his eyes found hers, and something in them shifted. The killing rage banked, just slightly. His grip loosened. Thomas gasped, sucked in air, and his hand shot to his belt. The knife. He still had the knife. "Wolfe, look out." Thomas drove the blade upward, aiming for Wolfe's ribs. But Leanna was faster. Her hand caught Thomas's wrist, stopping the knife inches from Wolfe's side. Thomas's eyes went wide with shock, his little sister, the gentle doctor, holding his killing blow at bay with strength he didn't know she possessed. "No," she said, her voice deadly quiet. "Not him. Never him." She twisted Thomas's wrist with a technique she'd learned in medical school, used for restraining delirious patients. Something snapped, bone or tendon, she couldn't tell. Thomas screamed, and the knife fell from nerveless fingers. Wolfe rolled away, gasping, his face gray as ash. Fresh blood soaked through his bandages, dripping onto the dust. He'd torn the wounds open again. Maybe worse. Thomas clutched his wrist, his face contorted with pain and rage. "You broke my wrist. You." A rifle but to the back of his head cut off his words. He slumped forward, unconscious. Nanton stood over him, the rifle still smoking from the earlier fighting. His face was splattered with blood, not his own. His dark eyes swept over Thomas's prone form with cold assessment. He said something in Apache, short and harsh. "He says we should kill him now," Dakia translated, appearing at Leanna's side. "Cut his throat. Leave him for the buzzards." "No." Leanna's voice was firm despite the trembling in her hands. "He's my prisoner. I'll decide what happens to him." Nanton's eyes narrowed. He spoke again, longer this time, his tone challenging. "He says you are not Apache. You have no authority here. That your brother has killed our people, sold weapons that have murdered women and children. That he deserves Apache justice. And he'll get it. Leanna met Nanton's hard stare. But alive. I need him alive to clear Wolfe's name, to prove the truth about the guns, the poison. She gestured at the chaos around them. We can't just kill him. We need him as evidence. The fighting was dying down. Thomas's cavalry had been decimated, at least 30 dead, scattered across the bloody ground like broken dolls. The survivors had been disarmed, bound, forced to their knees in a line. The Apache had lost fighters too. She could see bodies being carried toward the Wickiups, hear the keening of women who'd lost husbands, sons, brothers. The price of this day's blood was high. Would keep being paid for years. Nanton said something else, and Dakia's lips thinned. He says if you want to keep your brother alive, you must take responsibility for him. You must guard him. And if he escapes, if he brings more soldiers down on us, Dakia paused. It will be your life forfeit, not his. Leanna looked at Thomas's unconscious form. At the brother she'd loved, who'd become a monster. At the man who'd tried to kill her, kill Wolfe, destroy everything good in pursuit of gold and power. Taking responsibility for him felt like strapping a millstone around her neck. But what choice did she have? I accept, she said quietly. Nanton studied her for a long moment. Then nodded once, sharp and final. He barked orders in Apache, and 2 warriors hauled Thomas up, began dragging him toward one of the Wickiups. The unconscious man left a trail in the dust, his captain's uniform torn and filthy now, stripped of all authority. Leanna turned to Wolfe, and her heart stopped. He was lying on his side, too still, too pale. Blood pooled beneath him, too much blood. His eyes were closed, his breathing so shallow she could barely see his chest move. No, no, no. She was on her knees beside him, her hands pressing against his wounds, trying to stanch the bleeding. Wolfe, stay with me. Wolfe! His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and dark. Leanna. Her name was barely a whisper. You're safe. I'm fine. You're the one, her voice broke. You tore everything open. The wounds, the infection, why did you move? Why didn't you just? Had to. His hand found hers, slick with his own blood. Had to protect you. Always protect you. You stupid, noble, impossible man. Tears were running down her face now, mixing with blood and dust. I don't need protecting. I need you alive. Leanna. Dakia's hand on her shoulder. Let Naschau work. Your medicine failed. Let ours try. The ancient medicine woman was already there, kneeling on Wolfe's other side. Her gnarled hands moved over his wounds with surprising gentleness, pressing something into them, a paste made from desert plants, smelling of sage and something bitter Leanna couldn't identify. She chanted as she worked, low words in Apache that seemed to resonate in the bones. What is that? Leanna asked, her doctor's instincts warring with her fear. Desert willow bark, Dakia said quietly. Yarrow. Osha root. Plants that fight infection, stop bleeding, bring down fever. She paused. And other things. Sacred things. Medicine that cannot be explained in white man's words. Naschau worked quickly, efficiently, packing Wolfe's wounds with the herbal paste, then wrapping them with clean cloth. She produced a small bowl filled with dark liquid and held it to his lips, murmuring something. Wolfe's eyes opened. He looked at the medicine woman, seemed to understand. His lips parted, and he drank the bitter draught without protest. What was that? Leanna demanded. Medicine. Dakia's voice was firm. Strong medicine. It will help with the fever, the infection. But it will also make him sleep. Deep sleep. For 2, maybe 3 days. His body needs time to heal, and the only way to force rest on a warrior is to make him unconscious. 3 days? Leanna's voice cracked. But what if? What if he dies? Dakia's eyes were hard. Then he dies. But if we do nothing, he dies for certain. This way, she shrugged. This way, there is a chance. Nascha finished wrapping Wolfe's wounds and sat back on her heels. She spoke to Dakia in rapid Apache, gesturing at Wolfe, then at the sky, then at Leanna. Dakia's expression darkened. She says the fever is very bad. That the infection has spread further than she thought. She has done all she can, but, she paused. She says his fate is with the mountain spirits now. Whether they let him walk the star path or bring him back to us, that is beyond her power. No. Leanna's voice was fierce. I won't accept that. There has to be something. There is nothing, Dakia said, not unkindly. Except prayer. And waiting. And hope. They carried Wolfe to the medicine wickiup, laid him on soft blankets piled high to cushion his wounded body. In the dim interior, with smoke from sacred herbs curling through the air, he looked like he was already halfway to the spirit world. His skin had a grayish cast beneath the bronze, his breathing so shallow it barely stirred his chest. The herbal medicine Nascha had given him was taking hold, his eyes had closed, and this time they didn't open when Leanna touched his face. Wolfe. She leaned close, her lips near his ear. I'm here. I'm not leaving. You hear me? I'm not leaving, so you'd better come back to me. His only response was the faint, steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. Nascha said something to Dakia, who nodded. She says you may stay with him, Dakia translated. But you must not interfere with the medicine. Do not try your white ways. Let our healing work, or, she stopped. Or what? Or you may push him over the edge yourself. Dakia's eyes were grave. Sometimes, when two medicines fight inside a body, both fail. Let ours work first. If it fails, she gestured helplessly. Then you may try yours. But not before. It went against every instinct Leanna had. Every hour of training, every class at medical school, every surgery she'd performed. But looking at Wolfe's gray face, at the way his chest barely rose and fell, she realized she had no choice. She'd tried her medicine. It hadn't worked. The infection had spread despite the cauterization, despite the bandages, despite everything she knew how to do. Maybe, just maybe, the Apache way would work where hers had failed. I'll stay with him, she said quietly. And I won't interfere. But I'm not leaving his side. Dakia nodded. I would expect nothing less. She moved toward the wickiup's entrance, then paused. There is something you should know. About my son. What? When he was a boy, maybe 7 winters old, he became very sick. Fever, like now. The white doctor at the fort said he would die. Said there was nothing to be done. Dakia's voice was distant, remembering. But I brought him here. To Nascha. She used the old medicine, the sacred plants. For 3 days, he lay between this world and the next. And on the 4th day, a small smile. He opened his eyes. Asked for food. The fever was broken. You're saying this has happened before. I am saying he has walked close to death and returned. Dakia's eyes met hers. I am saying he is strong. Stronger than you know. And he has something to fight for now that he did not have before. What? You. The word was simple. Final. He will fight to return to you. That is the strongest medicine of all. She left, and Leanna was alone with Wolfe in the smoke-filled dimness. The afternoon wore into evening. The sounds from outside changed, the chaos of battle giving way to the work of aftermath. Wounded being tended. Dead being prepared for burial. Prisoners being guarded. The normal sounds of a village resuming, children crying, women talking, the smell of cook fires starting up as someone thought about the living needing to eat. Inside the medicine wickiup, time seemed to stop. Leanna sat beside Wolfe, monitoring his breathing, checking his pulse, changing the cool cloths on his forehead when they grew warm. The herbal paste Nascha had used smelled strongly of sage and something mineral, almost metallic. It seemed to draw heat from the wounds, pulling the angry redness out. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. His fever raged. At times he muttered in Apache, words she didn't understand, but that sounded like prayers or pleas. Once he called her name, his hand reaching out blindly. She caught it, held it, whispered reassurances he probably couldn't hear. "I'm here," she said over and over. "I'm here, and I'm not leaving. Come back to me. Please come back." The sun set, painting the canyon walls outside in shades of orange and crimson and purple. Darkness fell, and with it came the cold, that brutal desert transition where daytime heat fled and nighttime chill settled in like a living thing. Someone brought her food, a bowl of stew made from rabbit and wild onions, corn cake still warm from the fire, but she could barely choke it down. Dakia came once, checked on Wolfe, spoke quietly with Nascha, who seemed to live in this wickiup, tending the sick and wounded. The two women talked in low Apache, gesturing at Wolfe's prone form. Leanna caught enough words to understand they were discussing his condition, the fever, still high. The wounds, showing signs of healing but also of deep infection. The question that hung over everything, would he live? "How is my brother?" Leanna asked when Dakia turned to leave. "Alive. Conscious. Angry." Dakia's mouth twisted. "He demands to speak with you." "I'm not leaving Wolfe. I told him as much." Dakia paused at the entrance. "He says he has information. About something coming. Something you need to know. It's a trick." "Perhaps." Dakia shrugged. "Or perhaps not. Your brother is many things, but he is not stupid. He knows his life depends on his value to us. If he has information, then he can share it with you. He will only speak to you." Dakia's eyes were knowing. "He thinks he can manipulate you. Use your bond as siblings against you. He's wrong." "Is he?" The question hung in the air. You could not kill him when you had the chance. Could not let Wolfe strangle him. Could not let Nanton cut his throat. Despite everything he has done, you stay your hand. Why? Leanna looked at Wolfe's still form. Because we're not like him. Because killing in cold blood makes us into what we're fighting against. Noble words. Dakia's voice was neutral. Let us hope they do not get us all killed. She left, and the night deepened. Stars blazed overhead, visible through the smoke hole in the Wikiup's roof. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. Somewhere in the village, someone was singing, a mourning song for the dead, haunting and beautiful and terrible all at once. Leanna dozed fitfully, her head on Wolfe's chest, listening to his heartbeat. It was steady but too fast, his body fighting the infection with everything it had. She dreamed confused dreams of medical school, of surgeries gone wrong, of Thomas as he used to be, young and laughing and good. Dreams that twisted into nightmares where Thomas's face melted into something monstrous, where Wolfe died in her arms no matter what she did, where she was running through endless desert pursued by shadows that wore her brother's voice. She woke with a gasp to find dawn had come. Pale light filtered through the Wikiup's opening. And Wolfe was stirring. His eyes opened, dark, unfocused, but aware. They found her face and held. Leanna. Her name was a rasp, barely audible. You're still here. Where else would I be? She touched his face, felt the heat of fever but maybe, a bit less than before. How do you feel? Like I was, trampled by horses, shot, and dragged through hell. A ghost of his usual humor. So, better than yesterday. Relief flooded through her so intensely it made her dizzy. You scared me. Sorry. His hand found hers, squeezed weakly. Didn't mean to. Thomas? Alive. Prisoner. Guarded. Something flickered in his eyes. You should have let me kill him. No. Leanna, he tried to sit up, gasped in pain, fell back. He will keep trying. We'll never stop. I know. She pressed him gently back down. But we need him alive. To testify, to clear your name, too. My name. He laughed, a bitter sound. Don't care about my name. Only care that you're safe. Then trust me. She leaned closer, close enough that he could see every detail of her face in the dim dawn light. Trust that I know what I'm doing. That I won't let him hurt us. She stopped, the words catching in her throat. That you what? His eyes were intense despite the fever, despite the pain. Say it. That I love you. The words came out strong, certain. I love you, my so. I choose you. Over my brother, over my old life, over everything. I choose you. For a moment he just stared at her. Then his hand came up, cupped her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. Been waiting 10 months to hear that. His voice was rough with emotion. Worth it. Worth dying for. You're not going to die. Not now. His eyes were drifting closed again, the medicine pulling him back under. Not when, finally have reason, to live. He slipped back into unconscious sleep, but this time it looked different. Peaceful. Healing. His breathing was deeper, steadier. The lines of pain etched in his face had smoothed slightly. Nascha appeared at Leanna's shoulder, silent as smoke. She examined Wolfe with careful hands, checking the wounds, feeling his forehead, listening to his breathing. Then she sat back and spoke to Dakia, who'd entered behind her. She says the worst has passed, Dakia translated. The fever is breaking. The infection is responding to the medicine. He is not out of danger yet, but, she smiled slightly. He will live. The relief was so intense Leanna felt tears spring to her eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Nascha said something else, her ancient face creasing in what might have been a smile. She says your love helped, Dakia translated. That medicine of the body works better when medicine of the heart is present. That your prayers were heard by the mountain spirits. I didn't pray. Didn't you? Dakia's eyes were knowing. Every time you whispered to him, every time you begged him to return, what was that if not prayer? Before Leanna could answer, a commotion outside. Raised voices. The sound of someone arguing in Apache and English both. Dakia's head turned sharply. What? Itza burst through the entrance, her face flushed, her eyes wild. She spoke rapidly in Apache, gesturing urgently. Dakia's face went pale. No. It cannot be. What? Leanna stood, her hand instinctively going to the revolver at her hip. What's happening? Riders, Dakia said grimly. Coming from the east. Many riders. Cavalry. How many? Itza says at least 100. Maybe more. Dakia met her eyes. Someone sent word to the fort. Someone betrayed us. Thomas. The realization hit like a blow. Thomas must have, but how? He's been unconscious, guarded. He had men. Some escaped the battle. Dakia was already moving, grabbing weapons. They must have ridden for the fort, brought reinforcements. How far away? An hour. Maybe less. An hour. 1 hour before 100 cavalry soldiers descended on this hidden village. 1 hour before they were all killed or captured. 1 hour to decide between surrender and slaughter. Leanna looked at Wolfe, still unconscious, still healing, unable to be moved without killing him. Looked at Nascha, ancient and fragile. Looked at the wiki-up entrance where she could see the village beyond, women, children, elders. People who'd taken her in despite every reason not to. People who would die if the cavalry attacked. We have to evaluate, she said. Get everyone out before they arrive. There is nowhere to go, Dakia said flatly. This valley has only one entrance. The cavalry is coming through it. The walls are too steep to climb with children and elders. We are trapped. Then we fight. Against 100 soldiers? Dakia's laugh was bitter. We have perhaps 30 warriors left after yesterday's battle. We would be slaughtered. Then what? Leanna's voice rose. We just surrender? Let them take everyone prisoner, hang the men, send the women and children to reservations. No. Dakia's eyes were hard. We negotiate. With what? They have all the power. We have your brother. Dakia's voice was cold. We have Captain Thomas Morgan, alive and able to testify. We have the proof of his crimes, his stolen uniform, his own words spoken in front of witnesses. We have leverage. They won't believe Apache testimony. They will believe his. Dakia gestured at Wolfe. The scout. The white man's scout. His word carries weight with the army. He can barely speak. He's unconscious. Then you must speak for him. Dakia grabbed Leanna's shoulders, her grip iron. You must go to meet the cavalry. You must tell them the truth. You must make them understand that we are not the enemy, your brother is. They'll arrest me. Court-martial me for desertion. Perhaps. Dakia's eyes were fierce. Or perhaps they will listen. Perhaps they will see that a woman doctor had no reason to lie. That an army scout had no reason to protect a traitor except for truth. She paused. It is a risk. But it is the only chance we have. Leanna looked around the wickiup. At Wolfe, fighting for life. At Nascha, ancient and wise. At the entrance where she could see the village, people she'd come to care for in the space of a day and a night. People who would die if she did nothing. All right, she said quietly. I'll go. I'll talk to them. Alone. Dakia's voice was firm. You must go alone. Under a white flag. If you bring warriors, they will see it as a threat. What about Thomas? He stays here. As our hostage. As our insurance that they will listen before they shoot. Leanna nodded slowly. It was a terrible plan. A desperate plan. But it was the only plan they had. She knelt beside Wolfe one more time, touched his face gently. I'll be back, she whispered. I promise. I'll fix this, and I'll be back. His eyes didn't open. But his hand twitched, as if reaching for her even in sleep. She stood, squared her shoulders, and walked toward the wickiup entrance. Toward the rising sun. Toward 100 cavalry soldiers who might kill her on sight. Dakia pressed something into her hand, a strip of white cloth. Tie this to a stick. Wave it as you approach. The old signal of truce. What if they don't honor it? Then you die. Dakia's voice was matter-of-fact. But you would have died anyway if you stayed. At least this way, you die trying to save others. Comforting, Leanna muttered. She took the cloth, found a long stick from the firewood pile, tied the white flag to it. Her hands were steady despite the fear coursing through her. Medical training had taught her how to function while terrified, how to keep working even when men were dying under your hands, even when artillery was shelling the hospital, even when everything in you screamed to run. She walked across the village square, aware of every eye on her. Women clutching children. Warriors checking weapons with grim determination. Elders sitting silent and stoic, ready to meet death with dignity if it came. All depending on her. On her words. On her ability to convince hardened cavalry officers that they'd been wrong, that the real traitor was alive, that justice demanded they listen. She reached the valley entrance just as the first sounds of approaching horses echoed off the canyon walls. The thunder of 100 hooves on stone. The jingle of tack and weapons. The low murmur of voices giving orders. Leanna raised the white flag high and stepped out of the shadows into the blazing morning sun. The cavalry appeared around the bend, a wall of blue uniforms and gleaming rifles, perfectly formed, precisely disciplined. At their head rode a man she recognized, Colonel McCready. The same McCready who'd sent her to work with Wolfe. Who'd trusted her. Who'd valued her skills. His face when he saw her was a complex mix of relief and anger and confusion. The column halted 50 yards away. McCready rode forward alone, his hand on his saber but not drawing it. His weathered face was impassive, but his eyes were sharp, assessing. "Dr. Morgan," he said, his voice carrying across the distance. "You're alive." "Yes, sir." "You deserted your post. Fled with an Apache scout. Disappeared into hostile territory." His voice was flat, reciting facts. "I have orders to bring you back. By force if necessary." "I understand, sir. But I need you to listen." "Listen?" His voice rose. "I've spent 2 days tracking you. Lost good men yesterday when this village ambushed them. Found Captain Thomas Morgan's cavalry detachment slaughtered. And you want me to listen?" "Thomas Morgan is alive, sir." The words fell into sudden, total silence. McCrady's face went carefully blank. "Explain." "He faked his death 10 months ago. He's been selling army rifles to raiders on both sides of the border. He poisoned the whiskey at the fort to eliminate witnesses. He's here, now, in this village, as a prisoner." Leanna's voice was steady, clear. "I can prove everything. But you need to stand down your men and let me explain before anyone else dies." McCrady sat motionless on his horse for what felt like an eternity. Then he turned his head, spoke to someone behind him. A second rider came forward, a major she didn't recognize, young and hard-faced. "Major Crenshaw says we should attack immediately," McCrady said, his eyes never leaving Leanna's face. "Says you're obviously under duress, that the Apache are using you as a shield, that we should strike now before they can fortify. Major Crenshaw is wrong. He says you're a hysterical woman who cracked under pressure." "Major Crenshaw can go to hell," Leanna said flatly. "Sir, with respect, I'm the Army's chief medical officer at Fort Ashford. I graduated top of my class from the Philadelphia College of Medicine. I've performed over 200 surgeries and saved countless lives. I'm not hysterical, I'm not under duress, and I'm not lying." She paused. "Thomas Morgan is alive. He's a traitor. And if you attack this village, you'll be killing innocent people and destroying the only witnesses who can prove his crimes." McCrady studied her for a long moment. Then he dismounted, handed his reins to an aide, and walked forward. Slowly. Deliberately. Stopping 10 feet from where she stood. "Show me," he said quietly. "Show me proof. Show me Thomas Morgan." And then, his voice hardened. "Then we'll decide what happens next." Behind him, Leanna saw Major Crenshaw's face darken with anger. Saw his hand move toward his saber. Saw the tension ripple through the cavalry ranks. Some agreed with McCrady's caution, others wanted to attack immediately. This was the knife's edge. The moment where everything could go wrong. "Colonel McCrady." Crenshaw's voice rang out. "I must protest. This woman is clearly—" A shot rang out. Not from the cavalry. From behind Leanna. From the village. Crenshaw jerked, a red stain spreading across his shoulder. He fell from his horse with a cry of pain. The cavalry erupted into chaos. Rifles raised. Orders shouted. Horses rearing. McCrady spun toward Leanna. "What the hell?" "I don't know." She held the white flag higher, waving it frantically. "Hold your fire. Hold your—" Another shot. This one from the cavalry side. It hit the ground at Leanna's feet, showering her with dirt. "Cease fire." McCrady's voice was a roar. "Cease fire, goddammit." But it was too late. The shooting had started. Would not stop until one side or the other was destroyed. Leanna stood frozen in no man's land, the white flag in her hand suddenly meaningless. Behind her, the Apache village. Ahead, the massed cavalry. Both sides opening fire now, bullets whining through the air, death incoming from every direction. She had seconds to decide. Run toward the cavalry, toward potential arrest and court-martial, but also safety. Or run back to the village, toward Wolfe and Dakia and the people who'd taken her in, but also toward certain death when the cavalry overwhelmed them. A bullet tugged at her sleeve. Another kicked up dust at her feet. "Dr. Morgan." McCready was shouting, "Get down! Get to cover!" But Leanna couldn't move. Could only stand there, paralyzed, as the world exploded into violence around her. And then she felt it, strong arms grabbing her from behind, lifting her, carrying her backward toward the village at a dead run. "Got you," a rough voice said in her ear. Wolfe's voice. "Got you. You should be unconscious," she gasped. "Should be lots of things." His breathing was labored, ragged. "Right now, just need to get you safe." He ran despite the wounds, despite the fever, despite everything. Bullets whined past them. One caught his leg, and he stumbled but didn't fall. Just kept running, kept holding her, kept moving toward the village and whatever fate waited there. They reached cover just as the cavalry charged. 100 horses, thundering forward, rifles blazing. The Apache warriors met them at the valley entrance, not many, but fierce, fighting for their homes, their families, their survival. The battle was brutal. Intimate. No formations, no strategy, just desperate violence played out among the wickiups and cook fires. Wolfe set Leanna down behind a boulder, his face gray, his leg bleeding. "Stay here," he gasped. "Don't move. You're hurt. Don't care." He grabbed a rifle from a fallen warrior, checked the chamber. "Stay here." Then he was gone, moving into the chaos, his limp barely slowing him. Leanna watched him go, watched him become the warrior the Apache had trained him to be. Watched him shoot, reload, shoot again. Watched him drop 3 cavalry soldiers in as many seconds. Watched him fight like a man possessed, protecting the village, protecting his people. Protecting her. And she realized something with terrible clarity: if the cavalry won, Wolfe would hang as a traitor. If the Apache won, they'd all be hunted down and killed eventually. There was no victory here. No good outcome. Unless an idea formed. Desperate. Insane. Probably impossible. But maybe, just maybe, it could work. She stood, stepped out from behind the boulder. Cupped her hands around her mouth. "Colonel McCready." Her voice cut through the chaos. "Colonel McCready, I need to speak with Thomas Morgan. Under flag of truce. Right now." The fighting didn't stop, but she saw McCready's head turn. Saw him look at her like she'd lost her mind. Maybe she had. She started walking toward the wickiup where Thomas was held prisoner. Walked calmly, deliberately, as bullets whined past and men died around her. Dakia appeared, grabbed her arm. "Are you insane?" "Probably." Leanna's voice was steady. "But I have an idea. Get Thomas. Bring him out. Under armed guard. I need McCready to see him alive. The soldiers will kill us all. Not if we give them what they want." Leanna's eyes were hard. "Not if we give them their traitor. Their proof. Their justice." Understanding dawned in Dakia's eyes. She shouted orders in Apache, and 2 warriors dragged Thomas from the wickiup. He was conscious now, his face bruised and battered, his wrist splintered. When he saw Leanna, his eyes widened. "Leanna, whatever you're planning." "Shut up." She grabbed his collar, yanked him close. "You're going to confess. Every crime. Every sale. Every death. You're going to tell Colonel McCready everything." "Why would I do that?" His smile was ugly. "They'll hang me." "Yes." Her voice was cold. "But if you don't, I'll let Dakia's people have you. And Apache justice is much slower than a rope." Something flickered in his eyes. Fear. "Colonel McCready." Leanna shouted again. "Call ceasefire. I have your traitor. I have Thomas Morgan alive." Slowly, so slowly, the shooting died down. Warriors and soldiers alike held their fire, watching, waiting. McCready rode forward, his face carefully blank. Behind him, the cavalry was reforming, ready to charge at his command. Leanna shoved Thomas forward, into the open space between the 2 forces. Tell him, she said quietly. Tell him everything. Or I swear to God, Thomas, I'll. You'll what? His voice was bitter. Kill me? You couldn't do it yesterday. You can't do it now. You're too good. Too noble. Too much father's daughter. You're right. Leanna's voice was flat. I can't kill you. But I can watch them do it. And I will. Without flinching. Without guilt. Because you stopped being my brother the moment you sold rifles that killed innocent people. She turned to McCready. Colonel, I present Captain Thomas Morgan. Traitor to the United States Army. Arms dealer. Murderer. Her voice rang clear across the bloodied ground. And I have evidence. Documents. Witnesses. Everything you need to prove his crimes. Thomas's face went white. Then red. Then twisted with rage. You bitch, he hissed. You self-righteous, holier than thou. Colonel. A new voice. Weak but carrying. Wolfe, limping forward, his leg leaving a blood trail in the dust. I can corroborate everything. I have the testimony. Evidence. He stopped beside Leanna, swaying but standing. This man is guilty. And I can prove it. McCready looked from Leanna to Wolfe to Thomas. His withered face was impossible to read. Well, he said finally. This is irregular. And then Thomas moved. Fast as a snake, he grabbed Leanna's arm, yanked her in front of him like a shield. His good hand found the knife at her belt, her medical knife, small but sharp. He pressed it to her throat. Nobody move. His voice was wild. Desperate. Nobody move or I kill her right here. Everything froze. Wolfe raised his rifle, but Leanna was in the way. The cavalry had clear shots, but McCready's hand was up, signaling hold. Thomas started backing toward the cavalry lines, dragging Leanna with him. The knife bit into her throat, drawing blood. I'm leaving, he said, his voice high and strained. I'm taking a horse and riding out of here, and if anyone tries to stop me, I'll cut her throat. You understand? Anyone. Thomas. Leanna's voice was surprisingly steady. This won't work. Where will you go? Mexico? They'll find you. Canada? They'll extradite you. There's nowhere. Shut up. The knife pressed harder. More blood trickled down her neck. Just shut up and walk. They were 15 feet from the cavalry lines. 10 feet. Almost there. And Leanna realized, if Thomas got a horse, if he escaped, everything they'd fought for would be lost. The truth would die with him. Wolfe would still be blamed. The Apache would still be hunted. And Thomas would disappear into the wilderness, free to start over, to sell more guns, to cause more death. She couldn't let that happen. In the split second before Thomas could react, she dropped her full weight, letting her knees buckle. The sudden movement threw him off balance, made the knife slip from her throat. She twisted, drove her elbow into his broken wrist. Thomas screamed, reflexively releasing the knife. It clattered to the ground. And Wolfe's rifle cracked once. Thomas jerked backward, a red stain blooming on his chest. Right over his heart. He looked down at the wound, then at Leanna, his expression one of complete surprise. You, he started. Then he fell. Leanna knelt beside him as blood poured from the wound. Her hands went automatically to stop the bleeding, years of training overriding everything else. But she knew, it was too late. The bullet had gone through his heart. He had seconds, not minutes. Thomas's eyes found hers. And for just a moment, she saw him as he used to be. Her brother. The boy who'd read her stories. The young man who'd been so proud when she got into medical school. I'm sorry, he whispered. Blood bubbled at his lips. Leanna. I'm sorry. Then his eyes went glassy, and he was gone. Leanna knelt there, her hands covered in her brother's blood, as silence fell over the valley. Wolfe limped up beside her, the rifle still smoking. His face was gray, his leg still bleeding, but his voice was steady. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "But he was going to kill you. I had no choice." "I know." Her voice was hollow. "I know." McCready dismounted, approached slowly. He looked at Thomas's body, then at Leanna, then at Wolfe. "Well," he said finally, "this complicates things." And that's when the real cavalry arrived. A second column, this one 3 times as large as the first, appeared at the valley entrance. And at their head, wearing a general's stars, rode a man Leanna didn't recognize. But McCready did. His face went white. "General Crook," he said quietly. "Sir." General George Crook, legendary Apache fighter, fair dealer with tribes, the one officer the Apache respected and feared in equal measure. He rode forward slowly, his eyes taking in the carnage, the bodies, the standoff. He stopped in front of Thomas's corpse. Looked at it for a long moment. Then looked at Leanna. "Dr. Morgan," he said, "I've heard quite a bit about you in the last 2 days." His voice was gravelly, withered. "Suppose you tell me what in God's name happened here." Leanna looked at Wolfe. At Dakia standing at the village entrance. At the Apache warriors and cavalry soldiers, all watching, all waiting to see what came next. At the blood on her hands that wouldn't wash off, no matter how many times she tried. At the body of her brother, the traitor, lying in the dust. She took a breath. "General," she said, "it's a long story." Chapter 7. General George Crook was not a man given to hasty judgments. He sat his horse like he'd been carved from the same stone as the canyon walls, solid, weathered, immovable. His face was all hard angles and gray beard, eyes the color of winter sky, missing nothing as they swept across the valley. The bodies. The blood-soaked earth. The Apache warriors standing defiant at the village entrance. The cavalry soldiers, tense and ready. Thomas's corpse, already drawing flies in the brutal morning heat. And Leanna, kneeling in her dead brother's blood, her hands trembling, her throat still bleeding from where he'd held the knife. The silence stretched. Oppressive. Dangerous. Finally, Crook dismounted. His boots hit the ground with a sound like a judge's gavel. He walked forward slowly, his spurs jingling with each step, until he stood over Thomas's body. Crouched down. Examined the wound with a soldier's eye. "Clean shot," he said quietly. "Through the heart. Whoever fired knew what they were doing." His eyes lifted to Wolfe, who was swaying on his feet, his rifle still in his hands, his leg leaving a dark trail in the dust. "That would be you, I presume." "The scout." "Might so." "Yes, sir." Wolfe's voice was rough, strained. He had a knife to Dr. Morgan's throat. He was going to kill her. "So you killed him first." Crook stood, his gaze unwavering. "Your own commanding officer." "He wasn't mine." Wolfe stopped, swayed dangerously. "Sir, with respect, he was never my officer. He was a traitor. Gun runner. Murderer. Those are serious accusations." "They're true." Leanna found her voice finally, though it came out raw and broken. She stood, her legs unsteady, her medical training keeping her focused despite the shock. "General Crook, everything Wolfe says is true. Thomas faked his death 10 months ago to cover his crimes. He's been selling army rifles to raiders on both sides of the border. He poisoned the whiskey at Fort Ashford to eliminate witnesses. I can prove all of it." Crook studied her. His face was impossible to read, weathered leather, all the emotion carved out by years of frontier warfare. "You're Dr. Leanna Morgan. Chief Medical Officer at Fort Ashford. Graduate of Philadelphia College of Medicine. Decorated for valor after you performed surgery under fire during the Chiricahua raids last spring." "Yes, sir." "You're also a deserter. Fled your post. Disappeared into hostile territory with an Apache scout." His voice was flat, reciting facts. Colonel McCready has been tracking you for 2 days. Major Crenshaw, he glanced at the major, who was being tended by cavalry medics for his shoulder wound, advocated for your immediate arrest and court-martial. I understand that, sir. But if you'll let me explain. I'm not interested in explanations yet. Crook's voice cut like a knife. I'm interested in facts. Evidence. Proof. His eyes swept the valley. Right now, what I see is a dead cavalry officer, 50 dead soldiers, a dozen dead Apache warriors, and a village full of hostiles who should have been on the reservation months ago. They're not hostiles, Leanna started. They attacked federal troops. That makes them hostiles. Crook's voice was iron. Unless you can give me a damn good reason why I shouldn't order my men to arrest every warrior here and burn this village to the ground. The threat hung in the air. Behind Crook, 300 cavalry soldiers sat their horses, rifles ready. At the village entrance, maybe 20 Apache warriors stood defiant, vastly outnumbered but refusing to run. Women clutched children. Elders sat with dignity, ready to meet death. All waiting for Leanna's words to save them. Or condemn them. They attacked, Leanna said carefully, because Thomas's men attacked them first. Yesterday. Thomas tracked me here with 15 men. They tried to kill me, kill Wolfe, destroy the witnesses to his crimes. The Apache defended themselves. Defended us. Why would they do that? Crook's eyes were sharp. Why would Apache warriors risk their lives to protect a white woman and a half-breed scout? Because, Leanna's voice caught. She looked at Wolfe, who was barely standing now, his face gray as death. At Dakia, fierce and proud at the village entrance. At Nascha, the ancient medicine woman, who'd saved Wolfe's life with plants and prayers. Because I asked them to. Because Wolfe is one of them. Because, she stopped, then said it clearly, letting every soldier hear. Because they're good people who've been lied to, betrayed, and hunted for crimes they didn't commit. Just like Wolfe. Just like me. Crook was silent for a long moment. Then he turned to McCready. Colonel. Your assessment. McCready's withered face was troubled. General, Dr. Morgan has never given me reason to doubt her word. She's steady under fire, brilliant medically, and, he paused. And she wouldn't throw away her career, her reputation, her life, unless she believed she had no choice. That's not evidence. No, sir. But it's character. And in my experience, character counts. Crook grunted. Turned back to Leanna. You said you have proof. Show me. It burned. Leanna's heart sank as she said it. Thomas threw the ledger, his record of all the gun sales, into a fire before the fighting started. It's gone. Convenient. But I have witnesses. Leanna gestured desperately at the Apache village. Dakia, Wolfe's mother, she saw the ledger. Read it. Can testify to what was in it. And there are documents at the fort, requisition orders Thomas signed, stealing rifles from the armory. Payment records. Letters. Apache testimony won't hold up in a military court, Crook said flatly. You know that. Then hold me accountable. Wolfe's voice rang out, stronger than it should have been given his condition. Court-martial me. Put me on trial. Let me testify, under oath. I'll tell everything. I know. Every sale, every buyer, every death. He swayed, caught himself. I've been tracking Thomas 4 months. I know where the bodies are buried. Literally. Crook steadied him. You're barely standing, Scout. You need a doctor. I am a doctor. Leanna moved to Wolfe's side, her arm going around his waist to support him. And he needs immediate medical attention. That leg wound is bleeding badly, and his other injuries. She looked at Crook steadily. General, I will cooperate fully with any investigation. I'll face any charges you bring. But please, let me treat the wounded first. Both sides. That's all I'm asking. Something flickered in Crook's eyes. Respect? Calculation? Both sides. Yes, sir. Your men and theirs. She gestured at the Apache village. We're all human. We all bleed. Let me stop the bleeding before we argue about who's right. For the first time, the ghost of a smile touched Crook's withered face. You've got steel, Dr. Morgan. I'll give you that. He turned to his officers. Stand down. Secure the perimeter, but no aggressive action. Let the doctor work. His eyes swept the Apache warriors. And someone who speaks Apache, tell them the same. No one shoots unless shot at. We're under truce until I decide otherwise. The tension didn't disappear, but it eased slightly. Rifles lowered. Warriors stepped back from defensive positions. The immediate threat of massacre receded. For now. Thank you, Leanna started, but Wolfe's knees buckled. She caught him as he went down, his weight nearly pulling her over. His face was white as bone, his breathing shallow and fast. The leg wound had been bleeding steadily the whole time, too much blood lost, too much strain on a body already fighting infection and fever. Wolfe! She lowered him to the ground, her hands going automatically to check his pulse, his breathing. Stay with me. Don't you dare. His eyes found hers, dark and unfocused. Did we win? I don't know yet. Her voice cracked. But you need to stay alive to find out. Leanna. His hand caught hers, his grip weak. If I don't make it. Stop talking like that. Listen. Blood was soaking through his pants now, pooling beneath him. The bullet must have hit an artery, or close enough. If I die, you tell Crook everything. Every name, every location. Make them believe you. I'll tell him. Tears were blurring her vision. But you're going to tell him yourself. You're not dying here. Not after everything. Love you. The words were barely a whisper. Should have said it yesterday. Should have said it 10 months ago. Love you. Leanna Morgan. His eyes closed. No. She pressed her hands over the leg wound, trying to stanch the bleeding. But it was too much, too fast. She needed surgical equipment, real supplies, a proper operating room. I need help. Someone get my medical bag. Now. Dakia was there instantly, dropping to her knees beside her son. Maitso. My son. Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled as they touched his face. You cannot leave. Not now. Not when you finally have something to live for. I need supplies. Leanna's voice was harsh. Bandages, sutures, alcohol, anything. Here. Colonel McCready himself appeared, carrying her medical bag from her quarters, when had someone retrieved it. Will this help? Yes. She grabbed it, dumped the contents. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency despite the fear clawing at her throat. Scissors cutting away Wolfe's pants leg. Cloths pressing against the wound. Thread and needle ready for suturing. But the blood kept coming. Too much. Too fast. She worked desperately, tying off what vessels she could reach, packing the wound, suturing by feel more than sight. Around her, people had gathered, Apache and cavalry both, watching in tense silence as she fought to save the man who'd stood between two worlds. The sun climbed higher. Heat beat down mercilessly. Sweat poured down Leanna's face, mixing with tears she couldn't stop. Her hands were slick with blood, Wolfe's blood, Thomas's blood, layers of death coating her skin. Talk to him, Dakia said quietly. Call him back. Your voice, he will hear it even in the darkness. Leanna leaned close to Wolfe's ear. Listen to me, Maitso. I didn't choose you just to lose you. I didn't leave everything behind just to watch you die. Her voice broke. You promised me. You promised you'd court me proper. Show me the desert the way your people see it. Make me fall in love with you. She pressed her forehead against his. I'm already there, you idiot. I'm already in love with you. So you have to stay. You have to fight. Because I can't do this without you. For a terrible moment, nothing. No response. No movement. Then, so faintly she almost missed it, his fingers twitched against hers. That's it. She gripped his hand tight. That's it, come back. Stay with me. She worked for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. Finally, the bleeding slowed. Stopped. The sutures held. The wound was packed and bandaged, crude field medicine but effective. Wolfe's breathing steadied. Deepened. Color, just a hint, returned to his face. He wasn't out of danger. Not by a long shot. But he was alive. Leanna sat back on her heels, dizzy with exhaustion and relief. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold them still. He'll live? Dakia's voice was carefully neutral, but Leanna heard the desperate hope beneath it. If infection doesn't set in. If he doesn't develop fever again. If she stopped. Too many ifs. He needs rest. Real rest. And monitoring. But yes. I think he'll live. Dakia touched her shoulder briefly, the closest she'd come to showing affection. You are a good doctor. And a brave woman. My son chose well. Around them, the tension had eased further. Apache and cavalry alike had watched Leanna fight to save Wolfe's life, had seen her refuse to give up, refuse to let him die. Had seen her cry over him, plead with him, love him openly despite everything. It was hard to see someone as an enemy when they just publicly declared their love for one of your own. General Crook had watched the whole thing in silence. Now he stepped forward, his weathered face thoughtful. Dr. Morgan, he said quietly. I need to understand what happened here. All of it. From the beginning. Leanna looked up at him, exhausted and blood-soaked and past caring about military protocol. Can it wait until I've treated the other wounded? Both sides have men who need attention. No. His voice was firm but not unkind. Because what you tell me will determine whether those men get treatment or whether I order my troops to take everyone here prisoner. He crouched down so he was at her eye level. I know my reputation, Doctor. I'm known as a fair man. A man who keeps his word to the Apache. But I'm also a soldier. And I need to understand whether what happened here was self-defense or whether I'm looking at an uprising that needs to be put down. It was self-defense. Leanna met his eyes steadily. But if you want the full story, you need to promise me something first. Crook's eyebrows rose. You're not in a position to make demands. I'm not making demands. I'm asking. She gestured at the Apache village. These people took me in when I had nowhere to go. They saved Wolfe's life. They defended us against Thomas's attack. Whatever I tell you, whatever happens to me and Wolfe, she paused. They walk away free. No arrests. No forced relocation to reservations. No punishment. That's not up to me. The Indian Bureau has been lying, cheating, and starving these people for years. Leanna's voice was hard. I've seen the reservation. I've treated the sick there. The children dying of diseases that could be prevented if anyone gave a damn. The rations that never arrive. The promises that are always broken. She met his eyes. You're known as an honest man, General. An honorable man. Prove it. Give them this. Crook was silent for a long moment. Around them, every ear was straining to hear. Apache warriors, cavalry soldiers, Dakia, McCready, everyone waiting to see what he would say. I can't promise freedom, he said finally. But I can promise fair treatment. I can promise they won't be punished for defending themselves if that's truly what happened. He paused. And I can promise to personally oversee their situation. Make sure they're treated with dignity. That's the best I can offer. It wasn't enough. But it was something. More than most would offer. Leanna looked at Dakia. Is that acceptable? Dakia's face was unreadable. She spoke in rapid Apache to the other warriors, a quick consultation. Then she turned back. "We accept General Crook's word," she said in careful English. "He is known as Grey Wolf to our people. A hard fighter but an honest one. If he promises fair treatment, we will trust this promise. Then we have an understanding." Crook stood, offered his hand to help Leanna up. She took it, her legs unsteady. "Now, tell me everything. Leave nothing out." So she did. She told him about Thomas's ledger, found in the canyon where he supposedly died. About Wolfe carrying the secret for 10 months to protect her. About the poisoned whiskey, the dying soldiers, Thomas's reappearance. About the chase through the desert, the ambush, the desperate flight to the Apache village. About Thomas tracking them, about the battle, about his attempt to escape and Wolfe's shot that ended it. She told the truth. All of it. And she told it well, clearly, precisely, like presenting a medical case. Facts. Evidence. Timeline. No embellishment needed. When she finished, Crook was silent for a long time. Then he turned to McCready. "Colonel, send men back to Fort Ashford. I want Thomas Morgan's quarters searched. Every document, every piece of paper, every letter. I want the armory records examined for discrepancies. I want interviews with every soldier who worked with him." He paused. "And I want the poisoned whiskey analyzed. Find out where it came from, who supplied it, how it got into the fort." "Yes, sir." McCready saluted, started barking orders. Crook turned back to Leanna. "If what you're saying is true, and I'm inclined to believe it is, then this is the biggest scandal the Army has seen in a decade. An officer faking his death, running guns, poisoning his own men." His face was grim. "Heads will roll. Investigations will happen. You and the scout will be called to testify at formal hearings." "I understand. But," he held up a hand, "there will also be consequences for your actions. You deserted your post. Fled with an accused traitor. Took refuge with hostiles. Even if your reasons were justified, you broke military law." "I know." Leanna's voice was steady. "I'm prepared to face whatever punishment you deem appropriate." "Are you?" Crook steadied her. "Because the punishment for desertion is severe. Court-martial at minimum. Possibly prison time. Loss of your medical license. Permanent discharge from military service." He paused. "Is the scout worth that?" Leanna looked down at Wolfe's unconscious form. At his face, peaceful now in healing sleep. At his scarred hands, his wounded body, his mixed heritage that had made his life so hard. "Yes," she said simply. "He's worth that and more." Crook's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Then you're either the bravest woman I've met or the most foolish." "Probably both," Leanna admitted. For the first time, Crook actually smiled. "I like you, Doctor. Which is going to make this complicated." He gestured to one of his officers. "Captain Lewis, arrest Dr. Morgan. Formal charges of desertion and aiding fugitives. She's to be confined to quarters pending investigation." The words hit like a physical blow. "But the wounded, I need to treat. Captain Lewis is a field surgeon. He can handle the wounded." Crook's voice was firm. "You're under arrest, Dr. Morgan." "I'm sorry, but that's the way it has to be." Two soldiers stepped forward, reaching for her arms. "Wait." Dakia's voice cut through the chaos. She stepped forward, placing herself between Leanna and the soldiers. "You cannot take her." "Ma'am, step aside." The soldier's voice was nervous. "We have our orders. She is under our protection." Dakia's hand went to the knife at her belt. Around the village entrance, Apache warriors raised their rifles. "You gave your word, no punishment for defending ourselves. She defended us. She is one of us now." The tension ratcheted back up instantly. Rifles swinging around. Soldiers moving to defensive positions. All the careful diplomacy teetering on the edge of collapse. Dakia, no. Leanna's voice was sharp. This isn't worth dying for. My son nearly died for you. Dakia's eyes were fierce. I will not let them take you without a fight. Everybody calm down. Crook's voice was a roar. Nobody shoots. Nobody moves. He glared at Dakia. I gave my word about your people. Not about her. She's U.S. Army. She falls under military justice. She is Apache now. Dakia's voice was certain. She has lived with us, eaten with us, bled with us. She loves my son, and he loves her. That makes her family. That makes her ours. That's not how military law works. Then maybe military law is wrong. Dakia's voice rang out. You whites, always so certain your laws are right, your ways are correct. But your laws are what created this. Your laws allowed Thomas Morgan to sell guns that killed my people. Your laws put us on reservations where we starve. Your laws say my son is less because his father was white and his mother Apache. She gestured at Leanna. This woman is worth 100 of your soldiers. She has honor, courage, love. And you want to punish her for choosing love over your rules? The words hung in the air, challenging everything. Crook's face was unreadable. Your son is the scout? So? Yes. My only child. My heart. He served the army faithfully for 10 years. Saved countless lives. Prevented God knows how many raids and battles. Crook's voice was thoughtful. And in return, we let him take the blame for a traitor's crimes. Let him carry that weight for 10 months. He looked at Leanna. Because he loved you. Yes, sir. Crook was silent for a long time. The whole valley seemed to hold its breath. Then he sighed. Captain Lewis. Belay that arrest order. The soldiers stepped back, confused. Sir? Lewis looked uncertain. But the desertion charges will be investigated thoroughly. Crook's voice was firm. But Dr. Morgan isn't going anywhere until we have all the facts. She'll remain here, with the Apache, until the investigation is complete. At which point we'll decide what charges, if any, are appropriate. You're placing her in the custody of hostiles? Lewis looked shocked. I'm placing her in the custody of people who have more reason to keep her safe than we do. Crook's eyes were hard. And they're not hostiles. They're refugees who were defending themselves. Get that straight, Captain. He turned back to Dakia. Is this acceptable? She stays here, under your watch, until we sort this mess out? Dakia steadied him. Then nodded slowly. It is acceptable. But know this, Grey Wolf, if you try to take her by force later, we will fight. To the death if necessary. Understood. Crook's voice was grave. But I'm trusting you to keep her here. No running. No disappearing into Mexico. She stays put, or the deal is off. She stays. Dakia's hand found Leanna's shoulder, squeezed. She is home now. The word sent a shock through Leanna. Home. After months of feeling displaced, after losing Thomas, after everything, someone was calling this place home. Calling her family. Tears burned her eyes again. Crook began giving orders, setting up camp, tending wounded, posting guards. The cavalry would stay for a few days while the investigation proceeded. Apache and cavalry would maintain an uneasy truce, watched over by soldiers who now understood the people they'd been ready to kill had been defending themselves. As the chaos organized itself, Leanna knelt beside Wolfe again. His color was better now, his breathing steady. But he needed time to heal. Weeks, probably. Maybe months before he was back to full strength. She didn't care. She'd wait. Would tend him, watch over him, love him back to health. Dr. Morgan. A soft voice. She looked up to find a young cavalry private standing nervously nearby. Ma'am, I just wanted to say, he swallowed hard. What you did today. Fighting for him. Telling the truth even when it cost you everything. He paused. That took guts. Real guts. And I'm sorry. For the things we said about you, about the scout. We were wrong. Thank you, Private. Her voice was hoarse. He nodded, retreated quickly. But he wasn't the last. Over the next hour, soldiers approached one by one. Some apologizing. Some just nodding respect. Some asking medical questions about treating arrow wounds or knife cuts, soldier to doctor, no longer enemies. The sun climbed to its zenith. The heat was brutal, but Leanna barely noticed. She sat beside Wolfe, monitoring his condition, occasionally treating other wounded, both Apache and cavalry, no distinction made. It was late afternoon when Nascha approached. The ancient medicine woman carried a bowl of something that smelled herbal and bitter. She spoke to Dakia, who translated. She says Wolfe will wake soon. The medicine she gave him is wearing off. When he wakes, he will be in pain, but it is good pain. Healing pain. Dakia paused. She wants to know if you will stay. Really stay. Not just until the soldiers leave. Leanna looked around the valley. At the Wickiups, simple but sturdy. At the people, hard-worn but resilient. At the mountains rising around them, ancient and enduring. At Wolfe, the man who'd sacrificed everything for her. Yes, she said. I'll stay. Even knowing you can never go back to your old life? Never practice white medicine again? Never be accepted by your own people? My own people? Leanna's voice was soft. My people are the ones who stood beside me when I had nothing. Who saved the man I love? Who called me family? She met Dakia's eyes. My people are here now. Dakia nodded once, sharp with approval. She spoke to Nascha, who smiled, a rare expression that transformed her ancient face. As the sun began its descent toward the western peaks, painting the canyon in shades of gold and crimson, Wolfe's eyes finally opened. He blinked slowly, disoriented, in pain. His eyes found Leanna's face, and recognition dawned. You're here, he rasped. Where else would I be? Arrested. Court-martialed. Sent away. He tried to sit up, gasped in pain, fell back. Leanna, you shouldn't have. Should have what? Let you die. Let them take me without fighting. She gripped his hand. I made my choice, Wolfe. I choose you. I choose this. I choose us. But your career is over. She said it matter-of-factly. And I don't care. I was never meant to be an army doctor. I was meant to be here. With you. With your people. Our people, he corrected quietly. If you stay, they're your people too. Our people then. He steadied her face for a long moment. You're sure? Really sure? Because once you commit to this life, to me, there's no going back. You'll be Apache. Forever. I know. You'll be hunted by your own kind. Shunned. Called a traitor. I know. You'll live in hiding. Always moving. Always running. Never safe. As long as I'm with you, she leaned close, her forehead touching his. I'll be home. His hand came up, cupped her face. I love you, he said. God help me, I've loved you since the first moment I saw you. And I'll love you until I walk the star path and beyond. Then it's a good thing, she kissed him softly. That I love you too. They stayed like that, forehead to forehead, as the sun set and the stars began to appear. Around them, the village settled into evening rhythms. Cookfires started. Children played. Women sang. The normal sounds of life continuing despite everything. It was Dakia who broke the peaceful moment. She appeared at the Wickiup entrance, her face troubled. Leanna. Wolfe. You need to come. Now. What's wrong? Leanna helped Wolfe sit up, worry spiking through her. General Crook's scouts just returned from Fort Ashford. Dakia's voice was grim. They searched Thomas's quarters as ordered. And? They found documents. Letters. Evidence that Thomas wasn't working alone. She paused. He had partners. Other officers. Maybe a dozen of them, scattered across 3 forts. All involved in the gun-running operation. Leanna's blood ran cold. How many? Enough to start a war if they think we're about to expose them. Dakia's eyes were hard. They know Thomas is dead. Know the evidence exists. Know you and Wolfe can testify. They'll come for us, Wolfe said flatly. Try to silence us before we can talk. When? Leanna demanded. That's the problem. Dakia's face was grave. Crook's scouts saw riders leaving Fort Ashford last night. Heading this direction. At least 50 men, too many to be a standard patrol. How far away? They'll be here by dawn. Dakia looked at them both. We have maybe 8 hours. And we're trapped in this valley with 300 cavalry soldiers who may or may not help us if their fellow officers attack. Leanna looked at Wolfe. At his wounded, weakened body. At the village around them, people who'd taken her in, protected her, accepted her. People who would die if Thomas's partners succeeded in silencing the witnesses. Then we prepare, she said quietly. We get ready to fight. And we pray that General Crook is the honorable man everyone says he is. But even as she said it, she saw the doubt in Dakia's eyes. Because 50 armed, desperate men would do anything to protect their secret. Including massacre an entire village. And dawn was only hours away. Chapter 8, Dawn's Rising. The hours before dawn were the longest of Leanna's life. The Apache village transformed itself with silent efficiency. Women and children were moved to the caves at the far end of the valley, deep hollows in the cliff face that could be defended with a handful of warriors if everything went to hell. The remaining fighters, maybe 25 Apache warriors and, surprisingly, 30 cavalry soldiers who'd volunteered to help defend, took positions at the valley entrance, the only way in or out of the hidden stronghold. General Crook had made his choice. When word came of the approaching riders, when Dakia explained that Thomas's partners were coming to silence witnesses, the old general's face had gone hard as granite. I've spent 30 years fighting for this army, he'd said, his voice carrying across the gathered soldiers. Fighting honorably. Following orders. Keeping my word. He'd paused, looking at each face. But I'll be damned if I let corrupt officers murder innocent people to cover their crimes. Any man who wants to stand with me, you're welcome. Any man who has a problem with that, you can ride out now. No judgment. Not a single soldier had moved to leave. Now, as false dawn turned the eastern sky from black to deep purple, those soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with Apache warriors. An alliance that shouldn't exist. An army that made no sense by any military standard. But it was what they had. Leanna crouched behind a boulder at the valley entrance, a rifle in her hands, Wolfe's Winchester, since he'd insisted she take it despite his protests that he could still fight. He was 50 feet behind her, propped against a rock, his leg freshly bandaged, his face gray with pain but his own rifle loaded and ready. She'd argued, pleaded, and finally threatened to tie him down, but he just smiled that devastating smile and said, "You'll need every gun. Even mine." The smell of the desert before dawn was sharp and clean, creosote and sage mixing with the mineral scent of stone, the slight dampness of the stream that ran through the valley, and the acrid tang of gun oil as weapons were checked and rechecked. The air was cold, that brutal desert cold that came just before sunrise, making her breath fog despite the fact that in 3 hours the temperature would be unbearable. Beside her, Nenton was painting his face with white clay and red ochre, war paint, making him look like death itself in the pre-dawn gloom. He caught her watching and said something in Apache, his voice surprisingly gentle. "He says you fight like Apache," Dakia translated from her position behind another boulder. "With courage and no hesitation. He says he was wrong about you." "Tell him thank you," Leanna said quietly. "And that I'm honored to fight beside him." Dakia translated, and Nanton nodded once, sharp and respectful. Then he turned back to watching the approach, his rifle steady. Colonel McCready appeared at Leanna's side, moving in a combat crouch. His withered face was painted with streaks of dust and grime, making him look years younger despite his gray hair. "Dr. Morgan, General Crook wants you further back. In the caves with the noncombatants." "No. That wasn't a request. And that wasn't an answer that's going to change." Leanna's voice was firm. "I'm the best shot here after Wolfe and Nanton. You need me on this line. You're a doctor, not a soldier. Today I'm both." She met his eyes steadily. "Colonel, those men are coming to kill me specifically. To silence me. I won't hide while others die in my place." McCready studied her for a long moment. Then he sighed. "You're as stubborn as your brother. Though in your case, it's an admirable trait." He checked his own rifle. "Keep your head down. Don't waste ammunition. And if we have to fall back, I know the plan. 3 fallback positions, each more defensible than the last, ending at the caves. Fight at each one, delay the attackers, inflict casualties, make them pay for every foot of ground." "Good." McCready started to move away, then paused. "For what it's worth, Doctor, I believe you. About Thomas, about all of it. And I'm sorry. Sorry we didn't see it sooner. Sorry the scout had to carry that weight alone. Tell him that when this is over." Leanna nodded toward Wolfe. "He's the one who deserves the apology." "I will." McCready moved back to his position. The sky was lightening now, deep purple fading to violet, the first hints of orange touching the eastern peaks. Stars were disappearing one by one. In maybe 15 minutes, the sun would rise and they'd be able to see clearly. See the men coming to kill them. Leanna's hands were steady on the rifle despite the fear coiling in her stomach. She'd been in dangerous situations before, operating under fire during raids, treating wounded while bullets flew overhead. But she'd never been the target. Never been the one someone specifically wanted dead. "Leanna." Wolfe's voice, quiet but carrying. She looked back at him, and despite everything, the danger, the coming violence, the very real possibility they might die in the next hour, he was smiling. "Whatever happens, don't." Her voice cracked. "Don't say goodbye. We're getting through this. Both of us. I know." His eyes were dark and certain. "But just in case, I want you to know. These last few days with you. Finally telling the truth. Finally being with you. Worth it. Worth everything." So she wanted to go to him, to hold him, to kiss him one more time. But there was no time. Because it saw, positioned highest on the cliff face as lookout, let out a sharp whistle. They were here. Leanna turned back to face the valley entrance, her finger moving to the rifle's trigger, her breathing steady despite her hammering heart. They came with the rising sun at their backs, silhouettes at first, black shapes against the orange-gold sky, then resolving into men and horses as they got closer. 50 riders, just as the scouts had reported. All in cavalry uniforms, genuine or stolen, impossible to tell. All heavily armed. At their head rode a man Leanna didn't recognize, tall, broad-shouldered, with major's insignia gleaming on his uniform. His face was hard, scarred, the face of a man who'd seen too much violence and learned to enjoy it. They stopped 100 yards from the valley entrance. The major, or whoever he was, raised one hand, and his men fanned out in a practiced line. Professional. Military. Dangerous. General Crook stepped forward, his own men parting to let him through. He stood alone in the open space between the two forces, his posture radiating authority despite being outnumbered. "I am General George Crook, commanding officer of this district," his voice rang out clear and strong. "You are trespassing on land under federal protection. State your business or turn back." The major smiled, cold and sharp. "General Crook. We've heard of you. Gray Wolf, the Apache call you. The honorable soldier. He spat the last word like a curse. I'm Major Richard Sutton. And we're here for the woman and the half-breed scout. Hand them over, and we'll leave peacefully. On what authority? On the authority of justice. Sutton's voice was pleasant, conversational. They murdered Captain Thomas Morgan in cold blood. We're here to bring them to trial. Interesting. Crook's voice was dry. Because according to Army records, Captain Thomas Morgan died 10 months ago. At Skeleton Canyon. Fighting Apache raiders. A clerical error. Sutton's smile didn't waver. Recently corrected. Also interesting, because I have evidence suggesting Captain Morgan faked his death to cover his involvement in illegal arms trading. Crook pulled a sheaf of papers from his coat. Documents found in his quarters. Requisition orders. Payment records. Letters from buyers. He held them up. All signed by Thomas Morgan and dated after his supposed death. Sutton's smile finally slipped. Those are forgeries. Are they? Crook's voice was hard. Then you won't mind if we conduct a full investigation. Take statements from witnesses. Examine the evidence properly. There won't be an investigation. Sutton's hand moved to his revolver. You're going to hand over the woman and the scout. Now. Or we'll take them by force. You're threatening a federal officer? I'm giving you a choice, General. Sutton gestured at his 50 men. You have maybe 60 soldiers here. We're evenly matched. But you also have civilians to protect, Apache women and children. If we fight, they'll be caught in the crossfire. Is protecting 2 criminals worth that many innocent lives? It was a good argument. A compelling one. Leanna felt it like a blade to her throat. Behind her, she heard Dakia's sharp intake of breath. Felt the ripple of tension through the Apache warriors. They'd sacrificed themselves gladly. But their children? Their wives? Their elders? Crook was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke, and his voice carried a steel Leanna had never heard before. You're right, Major. I do have a choice. He turned slightly, addressing both his own men and Sutton's. I can hand over 2 people who committed no crime except telling the truth. I can let you murder them to protect your illegal gun-running operation. I can turn a blind eye while corrupt officers profit from weapons that kill innocent civilians, soldiers, and Apache alike. He paused. Or I can do my duty. Protect the innocent. Uphold the law I swore to defend. He drew his revolver in one smooth motion, aimed it directly at Sutton. I choose duty. And anyone who rides with you, anyone who profits from Thomas Morgan's crimes, is under arrest. Surrender now, or face the consequences. Sutton's face went white with rage. You'll die for this, old man. Perhaps. Crook's voice was calm. But I'll die honorably. Can you say the same? For a heartbeat, everything hung in balance. Then Sutton's hand dropped toward his gun. Fire! Crook's voice rang out. The valley exploded into violence. Leanna fired, the Winchester bucking against her shoulder, the smell of gunpowder sharp in her nose. Her target, a lieutenant raising his rifle, jerked and fell. She didn't let herself think, didn't let herself feel. Just worked the lever, aimed, fired. Again. Again. Beside her, Nanton was firing with devastating precision. Each shot dropped a man. No wasted bullets. Pure efficiency. The attacking cavalry charged, howling, rifles blazing. Bullets whined off rocks, kicked up dust, thudded into flesh. Men screamed. Horses shrieked. The sound was deafening, gunfire echoing off the canyon walls until it seemed like the whole world was shooting. Fall back. McCrady's voice cut through the chaos. First position. Fall back. They retreated in organized chaos, Apache and cavalry together, covering each other, dragging wounded. Leanna fired, reloaded, fired again. Her world narrowed to the rifle, the targets, the mechanical process of killing to survive. They reached the first fallback position, a natural choke point where the valley narrowed, flanked by boulders that provided cover. Here they could funnel the attackers, limit their numbers. Sutton's men came on like a wave, desperate and furious. But the defenders held. Rifles cracking from behind cover. Warriors wielding bows from the cliff faces, silent death raining down. The attackers paid for every foot in blood. Leanna saw Sutton directing his men, saw him point toward a weakness in the defensive line. Saw him signal a flanking maneuver. "Left side," she shouted. "They're trying to flank left." It saw, and 3 warriors swung their rifles around, cut down the flanking group before they could exploit the gap. The battle raged on. Minutes felt like hours. Leanna's ears rang from the gunfire. Her shoulder ached from the rifle's recoil. Her hands were black with powder residue. Behind her, she heard Wolfe's rifle crack steadily. Despite his wounds, despite the pain, he was still fighting. Still protecting. Sutton's charge finally broke. Too many casualties, too much concentrated fire. They fell back, regrouped. Bodies littered the ground between the 2 positions. The smell of blood and gunpowder and death hung heavy in the air. "Reload," McCready shouted. "Check your ammunition." "Anyone wounded?" Leanna did a quick count. 5 defenders down, 3 Apache, 2 cavalry. 2 dead, 3 wounded. Not terrible, but they couldn't sustain losses at that rate. She crawled back to where the wounded had been dragged, started triaging. A bullet through the shoulder, painful but survivable. An arrow wound in the thigh, she'd seen the warrior take friendly fire in the chaos. A head wound bleeding profusely but shallow. Her hands moved automatically, bandaging, applying pressure, offering what comfort she could. Dr. Morgan. One of the wounded cavalry soldiers, barely 20, his face white with pain. "Am I going to die?" She looked at his wound, gut shot, bleeding internally. In a proper hospital with proper supplies, maybe. Here, in a besieged valley? Not if I can help it, she lied. Gave him laudanum from her bag, held his hand until the drug took effect and the pain receded. They're regrouping. The call came from the front lines. Leanna grabbed her rifle, moved back to her position. Her hands were slick with blood now, not her own, but it didn't matter. Blood was blood. The sun was fully up now, brutal and hot. No clouds. No mercy. Just the desert sky, blue as a knife blade, and the heat already building. Sutton's men came again. This time more cautiously, using covering fire, moving in coordinated rushes. Professional military tactics against a hastily organized defense. Second position. McCready's voice was hoarse from shouting. Fall back to second position. They retreated again, fighting every step. Leanna's rifle barrel was hot enough to burn skin. Her ammunition was running low. Around her, defenders were slowing, exhausted, wounded, running out of bullets. The second position was better fortified, built around a cluster of massive boulders that formed natural walls. But it was also closer to the caves. Closer to the women and children. If this position fell, there was nowhere left to run. Sutton seemed to sense victory. His men came on harder, faster. Leanna saw him in the thick of it now, firing, shouting orders, driving his men forward. She took aim. Steady breath. Gentle squeeze. Her bullet caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around. Not fatal, but enough to slow him down. Enough to give them precious seconds. Nice shot, Nanton grunted beside her. The warrior was bleeding from a graze across his ribs but still fighting, still steady. Thanks, she gasped. A bullet struck the boulder next to her head, showering her with rock chips. Another grazed her arm, hot pain, bright blood, but nothing serious. She kept firing. They all kept firing. The sun climbed higher. The heat became oppressive. Men died on both sides. The ground was slick with blood. The smell was indescribable, copper and shit and gunpowder and death, all mixed together in the brutal Arizona heat. And still Sutton's men came on. We can't hold. McCrady's voice was desperate. We need to fall back to the caves. No. Dakia's voice was fierce. If we retreat to the caves, we die there. Trapped like rabbits. If we stay here, we die anyway. McCrady gestured at their dwindling ammunition. We're almost out of bullets. Leanna looked around desperately. He was right. They had minutes, maybe, before they were overrun. Already Sutton's men were closing in, sensing weakness. This was it. The end. She looked back at Wolfe one more time. His face was gray, his shirt soaked with blood. Had his wounds reopened? But his eyes were steady, locked on hers. I love you, he mouthed. I love you too, she mouthed back. And then the sound of thunder. But not from the sky. Hoofbeats. Hundreds of them. Coming from behind Sutton's position. Everyone stopped. Guns lowering in confusion. All eyes turning toward the valley entrance. A rider appeared, an Apache woman on a painted horse, her hair streaming behind her, her face painted for war. Behind her, at least 100 Apache warriors poured into the valley. Chiricahua, Mescalero, White Mountain, different bands, different tribes, united in common cause. At their head rode a man Leanna recognized from descriptions, Cochise's son, Nate. A legendary war chief. A man the army both feared and respected. He raised one hand, and the Apache warriors spread out, surrounding Sutton's trapped cavalry from behind. Sutton spun, his face going white with terror. Trapped between Crook's defenders in front and 100 Apache warriors behind. Nate rode forward slowly, his horse picking its way through the carnage. He stopped 20 feet from Sutton, looked at him with contempt, and spoke in heavily accented but clear English. You sell rifles to kill my people. You poison wells. You murder women and children. His voice was flat, emotionless. Today, you die. Wait. Sutton's voice was panicked now. We can negotiate. We have gold. We can. You have nothing. Nature's voice was final. Except death. He raised his rifle. Hold. Crook's voice rang out. Chief Nate, wait. Nature's head turned. His eyes found Crook, and for a moment Leanna saw the calculation there. This man was an enemy. Had fought the army for years. Had every reason to let Sutton die screaming. But Crook continued, his voice carrying across the valley. I gave you my word once, at the Peace Council, that I would deal fairly with your people. That I would punish whites who broke the law as harshly as Apache who broke it. He paused. Let me keep that word now. Let me take these men to trial. Let them face justice according to our laws. Your laws? Nature's voice was bitter. Your laws favor whites. Always. Not my laws, Crook said quietly. Not this time. I swear it. On my honor. On my word as Grey Wolf. The silence stretched. Taut as a bowstring. Everyone watching. Waiting. Finally, Nate lowered his rifle. Your word, Grey Wolf. If you break it, if these men escape justice, I will hold you accountable. Personally. Understood. Crook turned to Sutton and his remaining men, maybe 30 left alive, surrounded, outgunned, terrified. Major Sutton. You and your men are under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, illegal arms trading, and treason. Surrender your weapons. Now. Sutton looked around wildly. Saw no escape. No hope. Slowly, he raised his hands. Dropped his gun. Around him, his men did the same. It was over. The battle had lasted maybe 30 minutes. It felt like a lifetime. Leanna stood on shaking legs, her rifle falling from nerveless fingers. Around her, defenders were collapsing, exhausted, wounded, victorious. Leanna. Wolfe's voice, weak but urgent. She turned and saw him trying to stand, saw him stagger. She was running before she knew it, catching him before he fell, holding him upright. "You idiot," she gasped. "You reopened everything." "Had to fight." His arms came around her, holding tight despite the pain it must have caused. "Had to protect you." "You did." She was crying now, couldn't stop. "You did, you're safe, we're safe." He kissed her. Right there, in front of 2 armies and half the Apache nation. Kissed her like she was oxygen and he was drowning. Like she was the only thing in the world worth living for. When they finally broke apart, she was aware of eyes on them. Crook watching with something like approval. McCready looking shocked. The Apache warriors nodding with respect. Nate studying them with interest. "So," the war chief said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "This is the white woman who chose Apache. Who fought like a warrior. Who loves the half-blood scout." "Yes," Leanna said, lifting her chin. "That's me." Nate rode closer, looked down at them from his horse. His face was impossible to read, scarred, weathered, hard as desert stone. Then, slowly, he smiled. "You chose well, Maitso." He looked at Leanna. "And you, white woman who is not so white anymore, you have courage. Heart. You would have made a good Apache." "Would have?" Leanna raised an eyebrow. "You are Apache now." Nature's voice was certain. "You have bled with us. Fought with us. Loved one of us. That makes you family." He turned to Dakia. "Sister, is this acceptable? Do you claim her?" "I claim her." Dakia's voice was firm. "She is my son's woman. She is my daughter. She is one of the people." Nate nodded. Turned back to Crook. "So, Grey Wolf. This changes things. She is no longer yours to arrest or judge. She is ours. You understand?" Crook's face was troubled. "Chief Nate, with respect, she's still a U.S. citizen. Still subject to military law." "She was." Nature's voice was flat. "She chose different. She is Apache now. Our law. Our protection." He paused. "But we will allow her to testify at your trial. To speak truth about the gun runners. After that," he gestured at the mountains. "She comes with us. Both of them. The scout and his woman. They live as we live. Free." "That's not..." Crook stopped. Looked at Leanna and Wolfe, still holding each other up. Looked at Dakia, fierce and proud. Looked at the 100 Apache warriors surrounding them. He sighed. "I can't officially approve that." "We are not asking permission," Nate said simply. Crook was silent for a long moment. Then he turned away, his voice carefully neutral. "I didn't see anything. As far as I'm concerned, Dr. Morgan and Scout Maitso disappeared during the battle. Casualties of war. Presumed dead." He looked back over his shoulder, and his eyes were knowing. "May they rest in peace. It was a gift. Freedom wrapped in fiction. And everyone knew it." "Thank you," Leanna said quietly. "General, thank you." "Don't thank me." Crook's voice was gruff. "Just make sure that testimony puts these bastards away for life. That's all the thanks I need." "It will," Wolfe said, his voice steadier now. "I promise." The next hours passed in organized chaos. Sutton's men were disarmed, bound, loaded onto horses for the journey back to Fort Ashford. Wounded were treated, Leanna working until her hands were numb, saving lives on both sides without discrimination. Bodies were buried with what dignity could be managed in the desert heat. And through it all, plans were made. Crook would escort Sutton and his men back. Would personally oversee the investigation, the trial. Would make sure justice, real justice, was done. Nate and his warriors would disappear back into the mountains, melting away like smoke before the full cavalry arrived. And Leanna and Wolfe would go with them. Into the stronghold. Into the hidden places where the Apache still lived free, despite everything the government had done to cage them. It was insane. Impossible. Exactly what she wanted. As the sun began its descent toward evening, painting the blood-soaked valley in shades of orange and crimson, Leanna stood with Wolfe at the edge of the Apache camp. His arm was around her shoulders. He still needed support to stand, still weak from blood loss, but he was alive. They both were. No regrets, he asked quietly. About what? Everything. Your old life. Your career. Your. Not one, she said firmly. Well, maybe one. What? I wish we'd done this 10 months ago. She turned in his arms, careful of his wounds. Wish we hadn't wasted all that time. We had to walk the path we walked, he said, his voice soft. To end up here. Together. Is that Apache wisdom? No. He smiled. That's common sense. She laughed, and it felt good. Felt normal. Felt like maybe, just maybe, they'd have a future after all. Maitso. Dakia appeared, her face cleaned of war paint now, looking more like a mother and less like a warrior. Nascha says we leave at dusk. Move camp to the winter stronghold before more soldiers come. Can you ride? I can ride, Wolfe said, though Leanna felt him lean more heavily on her. We'll go slow, Leanna added. His wounds need time. We have time. Dakia's face softened. For the first time in many years, we have time. Peace. Safety. She looked at them both. Thanks to you. Thanks to a lot of people, Leanna corrected. Crook. McCready. Nate. The warriors who fought. Everyone who. Yes, Dakia interrupted. But it started with you. With your courage to tell the truth. With my son's courage to finally stop hiding it. She paused. You make a good pair. Strong together. She left, and they were alone again. The sun touched the horizon, and the world turned gold. The smell of cook fires drifted on the evening breeze, corn and rabbit and coffee. Normal smells. Life-continuing smells. Leanna. Wolfe turned her to face him fully. I know this isn't what you planned. This life. But I promise. Stop. She put her fingers over his lips. You don't have to promise me anything. I know what this life will be. I know it'll be hard. Dangerous. Maybe short. She paused. But it'll be ours. Together. And that's enough. It's more than enough. His voice was rough with emotion. It's everything. He kissed her again, soft and slow and full of promise. The sun set around them, painting the canyon in shades of fire. Somewhere a child laughed. Somewhere a woman sang. The sounds of life, of hope, of tomorrow. When they finally broke apart, the stars were starting to appear. Bright and endless and impossibly beautiful. Come on, Leanna said, taking his hand. Let's go home. Home, he repeated, testing the word. I like the sound of that. They walked together toward the Apache camp, toward the life waiting for them there. Toward whatever came next. Behind them, the valley was quiet except for the wind and the distant call of a coyote. The blood would wash away with the next rain. The bodies were buried. The battle was over. But the story, their story, was just beginning. And far to the east, at Fort Ashford, General Crook sat in Thomas Morgan's old quarters, surrounded by documents and evidence. He worked late into the night, building the case that would bring down a dozen corrupt officers. That would expose the gun-running ring that had killed hundreds. That would finally give Scout Maitso, Wolfe, the justice he'd sacrificed everything for. On his desk was a telegram, just received. From Washington. From the War Department itself. Full investigation authorized. Suspects to be arrested immediately. Evidence secured. Justice to be served. Crook read it twice. Then he smiled, grim and satisfied, and reached for a pen to write his report. Justice was slow. But it was coming. And in the mountains, in a hidden valley under a blanket of stars, a white woman doctor and an Apache scout held each other close and dreamed of tomorrow. The desert wind sang around them, carrying secrets and promises on its endless breath. And for the first time in 10 long months, they were both finally, truly free. Epilogue, New Beginnings. 6 months later. The winter stronghold was beautiful in ways Leanna had never imagined the desert could be. Nestled in a canyon so remote it didn't appear on any army map, protected by cliffs that rose like cathedral walls on 3 sides, the Apache village had transformed from a collection of temporary wickiups into something approaching permanence. The structures were sturdier now, reinforced against winter winds that swept down from the mountains. Smoke from cook fires rose in lazy spirals toward a sky so blue it hurt to look at directly. The smell of pine and juniper mixed with the ever-present sage, and somewhere nearby a stream gurgled over smooth stones, its water cold and clear and tasting of mountain snow. It was January, but the afternoon sun was warm enough that Leanna had rolled up the sleeves of her buckskin shirt, Apache-made now, decorated with intricate beadwork that Dakia and Itza had spent weeks creating. Her hair, longer now than she'd ever worn it, was braided Apache style and wrapped with red cloth. Her hands, roughened by 6 months of living without the conveniences of white civilization, were grinding corn on a stone matate, preparing meal for the evening's bread. She'd never been happier in her life. "You're getting good at that," a voice said behind her. Wolfe's voice, warm with amusement and something deeper. She turned to find him watching her from the entrance of their wickiup. 6 months had transformed him too, the wounds fully healed now, leaving new scars to add to his collection. He'd gained back the weight he'd lost, all muscle and strength and Apache grace. His hair had grown longer, reaching past his shoulders now, decorated with eagle feathers earned in ceremonies she was slowly learning to understand. He wore traditional Apache clothing, breechcloth and high moccasins, a vest decorated with the same intricate beadwork as her shirt. A matched set, Dakia had said with rare humor. "So everyone knows you belong to each other." "I had a good teacher," Leanna said, gesturing to Nascha, who sat nearby working on her own grinding stone. The ancient medicine woman had taken Leanna under her wing, teaching her Apache medicine, the plants, the rituals, the old knowledge that complemented rather than contradicted what Leanna had learned in Philadelphia. Together they tended the sick, combining white medicine and Apache healing with remarkable success. Nascha said something in rapid Apache, and Wolfe laughed, a sound that still made Leanna's heart skip. For 10 months she'd never heard him laugh. Now he did it freely, the weight of secrets and lies finally lifted. "She says you grind corn like you're punishing it for crimes against humanity," Wolfe translated. "But that the bread will be good anyway because anger makes strong dough. Tell her I'm not angry." Leanna stopped, searching for the right word in Apache. "Content. Happy. Home." Nazca's wrinkled face creased in a smile. She spoke again, longer this time, her tone approving. "She says you have learned well. That your Apache name suits you, Taltala as Zay." Wolfe's pronunciation was perfect, the words flowing like water. "Singing water woman. Because you bring healing like water brings life, and because your voice calms troubled spirits." The name still made Leanna's throat tight with emotion. Given to her 2 months ago in a ceremony that had lasted all night, with the whole village bearing witness. She was truly Apache now, not by blood, but by choice. By acceptance. By love. "Come walk with me," Wolfe said, extending his hand. "There's something I want to show you." She set aside the grinding stone, brushed cornmeal from her hands, and took his hand. His fingers laced with hers, calloused and scarred, perfectly matched to her own work-roughened hands. They walked through the village, past women tending fires and children playing in the dust, past warriors working on weapons and elders telling stories in the shade. Everyone they passed nodded respectfully. Some smiled. A few children ran up to Leanna, chattering in Apache about a sick puppy they wanted her to look at, or showing off a scraped knee that needed doctoring. She'd become the village's second medicine woman, working alongside Nascha, and the children had adopted her completely. They walked beyond the village, up a narrow trail that climbed the canyon wall. Wolfe moved with easy confidence despite the steepness, but he kept hold of her hand, making sure she was steady. When they reached the top, Leanna gasped. The view stretched for miles, endless mountains and canyons painted in shades of red and gold and purple, the winter sun turning everything crystalline and sharp. Below, the village was a small collection of structures, smoke rising peacefully. Above, the sky was endless, dotted with hawks riding thermals. The smell of pine and cold stone and clean air filled her lungs. "It's beautiful," she breathed. Yes. But Wolfe wasn't looking at the view. He was looking at her. "It is." Heat flooded her face, even after 6 months of being together constantly, sharing a wiki-up, sharing a life, he could still make her blush with a look. "I brought you here because," he paused, seemed to gather himself. "There's news. A rider came this morning. From General Crook." Leanna's stomach clenched. They'd stayed in touch with Crook through a network of friendly Apache scouts, men who moved between worlds like Wolfe once had. But news from the outside always carried the risk of danger. What kind of news? The trial finished. Sutton and 11 other officers convicted. Sentenced to military prison, 15 to 20 years each. Wolfe's voice was carefully neutral. "The gun-running ring is broken. The evidence held. Your testimony, mine, it was enough." "That's good news," Leanna said slowly. "Isn't it?" "It is. It's also," he took a breath. "Crook wrote that your name was officially cleared. That the charges of desertion were dropped, given the circumstances. That you're free to return to military service if you want. Full rank restored. Full honors." The words hung in the air between them. "And you?" Leanna's voice was quiet. "What about you?" "Honorable discharge. Full pension. All accusations of cowardice removed from my record." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm a free man. We both are. Free to go back." Leanna understood now. "To our old lives. If we want." His dark eyes searched hers. Crook made it clear, no pressure. No judgment. But the option is there. You could practice medicine again. In a real hospital. With real supplies. You could. I could leave you." She said it flatly. "Leave this place. This life. Go back to being Dr. Leanna Morgan, Army physician. I wouldn't blame you." His voice was rough. "This life is hard. No comforts. No safety. Always moving, always hiding. And you're brilliant. You could do so much more than grinding corn and treating arrow wounds in a hidden canyon." Leanna stared at him for a long moment. Then she started laughing. "What?" He looked confused. "What's funny?" "You." She grabbed his vest, pulled him close. "You beautiful, idiotic, impossible man. Do you really think, after everything, I would leave you? Leave this?" She gestured at the village below, at the mountains around them, at the life they'd built together. "I'm not going anywhere, Maitso. This is my home. You are my home. But your career was never what I wanted. Not really." She touched his face, felt the familiar angles and planes beneath her palm. "I became a doctor to help people. And I do that here. Every day. Without the politics, without the prejudice, without men telling me I'm too female to understand medicine." She paused. "I'm happier here, with you, than I ever was in my old life." "You're sure?" His voice was vulnerable in a way it rarely was. "Because once Crook's messenger leaves, once we send word we're staying, there's no going back. You'll be Taltala Azze forever. White society will never accept you again." "Good." She kissed him, soft and sure. "I don't want them to." The tension drained from his shoulders. "Thank God," he breathed. "Because I don't know what I would have done if you'd said yes. If you'd wanted to go back." You would have let me go. She said it with certainty. Because you love me enough to want me happy, even if it meant losing me. Yes. His arms came around her, holding tight. But I'm selfish enough to be grateful you're staying. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other on the mountaintop, while the sun tracked across the sky and the wind sang through the pines. Finally Wolfe pulled back, his face serious. There's something else. Something I need to ask you. What? He reached into a pouch at his belt, pulled out something wrapped in soft leather. Unwrapped it carefully to reveal a necklace, intricate beadwork in blue and white and red, with a centerpiece carved from turquoise. The craftsmanship was exquisite, clearly the work of many hours. In Apache culture, he said quietly, when a man wants to marry a woman, he makes her a necklace. Presents it to her family. If they approve, if she accepts, she wears it and they're married in the eyes of the people. He held out the necklace. I made this for you. Spent 6 months on it, working at night when you were asleep. Dakia approved it 3 days ago. Nascha blessed it yesterday. Now, he took a breath. I'm asking. Will you marry me, Leanna? Apache way. Become my wife not just in heart but in law? Leanna's vision blurred with tears. You made this? You made this for me? Every bead. Every knot. Every. She kissed him, cutting off his words. Kissed him until they were both breathless and laughing and the tears were streaming down her face. Yes, she said when she could speak again. Yes, 1,000 times yes. I'll marry you. Apache way, white way, any way you want. His smile was incandescent. He draped the necklace around her throat, tied it carefully, his fingers gentle on her skin. The turquoise centerpiece settled just above her heart, warm from his hands. Perfect, he breathed. Like it was made for you. It was made for me. She touched the beadwork reverently. By you. For us. They walked back down to the village hand in hand, and the moment they emerged people began to notice. To see the necklace. To understand what it meant. Dakia was the first to reach them, her face breaking into the widest smile Leanna had ever seen on her. She spoke rapidly in Apache, her hands clasping Leanna's, then pulled her into a fierce embrace. She says, welcome to the family. Officially. Wolfe's voice was thick with emotion. She says she always wanted a daughter, and now she has one. Tell her, Leanna's voice cracked. Tell her I always wanted a mother. And now I have one too. The evening became a celebration, impromptu but joyous. Food appeared from wickiups, far more than the usual simple meals. Drums were brought out. Someone started singing, and others joined in, the old songs echoing off the canyon walls. Children danced. Warriors told stories of great marriages, great loves, great partnerships. Nate himself appeared. The war chief had been visiting, checking on various Apache bands scattered through the mountains. When he saw the necklace around Leanna's throat, he nodded approval. The scout chose well, he said in his careful English. And the white woman who is no longer white chose better. He raised his voice so everyone could hear. Let it be known, Taltala, Azze, and Maitso are married in the old way. Any who harm one, harms both. Any who insults one, insults both. They are one spirit in two bodies. The declaration carried weight, political weight, spiritual weight. They were officially recognized. Protected. Family. The celebration lasted long into the night. Leanna danced with Wolfe under the stars, their bodies moving to rhythms she'd learned over 6 months, her feet knowing the steps now without thinking. She felt the weight of the necklace against her skin, her marriage necklace, proof of commitment, symbol of love. When the fires finally burned low and people began drifting to their wickiups, Wolfe took her hand and led her to their own home. Inside, it was warm and dim, lit only by the banked fire in the center. The smell of sage and wood smoke in home filled the space. Alone at last, Wolfe said, his voice rough. Finally. Leanna turned to face him. Husband. Wife. He tested the word, smiled. I like the sound of that. So do I. He kissed her slowly, thoroughly, his hands moving over her with familiar intimacy. 6 months together had taught them each other's bodies, each other's needs, each other's souls. They made love on the soft blankets, the firelight painting their skin in shades of gold and amber, their bodies moving together in the ancient rhythm that had nothing to do with culture or race or anything except love. Afterward, they lay tangled together, his hand resting on her stomach. Leanna, he said quietly. There's something else. Something I should have told you earlier. What? She was drowsy, content, barely able to keep her eyes open. Nascha told me yesterday. She says, he paused. She says you're carrying my child. 2 moons along, she thinks. Leanna's eyes flew open. What? The sickness in the mornings. The way you've been more tired than usual. He smiled. Apparently Nascha has been watching you closely. She's rarely wrong about these things. Leanna's hand went to her stomach, covering his. A baby? She tried to remember her last monthly bleeding and realized with a shock that she'd missed the last one. Had been so busy, so focused on learning her new life, that she hadn't even noticed. I'm pregnant, she whispered. Testing the words. Are you? Wolfe's voice was uncertain. Are you happy? I know we didn't plan. Happy? She turned in his arms, looked at his face in the firelight. I'm terrified. And thrilled. And she laughed. Yes. Yes, I'm happy. His hand moved on her stomach, gentle and reverent. A child. Our child. Half white, half Apache. Belonging to both worlds and neither. Belonging to us, Leanna corrected. To this life we've built. This family we've chosen. She paused. Are you happy? I never thought I could have this. His voice was raw with emotion. A wife. A family. A home. I thought I was destined to live between worlds, belonging to neither. But you, he kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her lips. You made me whole. Made me believe I deserved happiness. And now a child, his voice cracked. Yes. I'm happy. So happy I can barely breathe with it. They held each other as the fire burned down to embers, as the night deepened around them, as their child, still tiny, still barely more than a promise, grew inside her. Outside, the desert wind sang through the canyon. Above, the stars wheeled across the sky in their eternal dance. And somewhere far away, in a military courtroom, justice was finally being served. But here, in this hidden canyon, in this wiki-up that smelled of home, none of that mattered. All that mattered was this: 2 people who'd found each other against all odds. Who'd chosen love over safety, truth over comfort, each other over everything else. 2 people who'd been broken by their pasts and made whole by their future. 2 people who were, finally, completely, perfectly free. 1 year later. The baby, a boy they'd named Thomas Wolfe, honoring both his heritages, was 4 months old and already showing signs of his father's stubbornness and his mother's determination. He had Wolfe's dark eyes and Leanna's nose, skin the color of desert sand at sunset, and lungs that could wake the entire village when he decided he was hungry. Leanna loved him with a fierceness that sometimes scared her. She sat outside their wiki-up in the spring sunshine, nursing Thomas while watching Wolfe work with a group of young warriors, teaching them tracking skills. He moved with easy grace, demonstrating how to read sign in soft earth, his voice patient as he explained techniques passed down through generations. He was a good teacher. A good father. A good husband. She realized with something like wonder, living the life she'd never known she wanted. A shadow fell across her, and she looked up to find a rider approaching, one of Crook's scouts, a young Apache man named Kurik who served as messenger between worlds. Taltala Azze, he greeted respectfully. I bring word from Grey Wolf. Good word or bad word? She shifted Thomas to her shoulder, patting his back until he burped contentedly. Good, I think. Kuruk handed her a letter, sealed with Crook's official insignia. He asked me to wait for a reply, if there is one. Leanna broke the seal, read quickly. Then read again, slower, making sure she understood. When she looked up, Wolfe was standing beside her, his face questioning. What does he say? He says, she took a breath. He says the gun running case exposed so much corruption that the Army is reforming its supply system. New oversight, new regulations. He's been promoted to command of the entire district. She paused. And he's asking if we'd be willing to serve as civilian advisors, helping negotiate between Apache bands and the Army, preventing future conflicts, working toward, she looked at the letter again, toward a just and lasting peace. He wants us to be negotiators? Wolfe's voice was carefully neutral. Not full-time. Not living at forts. But occasional work. Using our position, trusted by both sides, to help prevent bloodshed. She met his eyes. What do you think? Wolfe was silent for a long moment, his eyes on their son, on the village around them, on the life they'd built. I think, he said finally, that we spent 10 months hiding from truth. Maybe it's time we help build something better. For him. He touched Thomas's tiny fist. For all the children who'll grow up between worlds like we do. So we say yes? We say yes. He smiled. But on our terms. We don't answer to the Army. We answer to the people. And to truth. Leanna turned to Kuruk. Tell General Crook we accept. With conditions. We'll negotiate the details next time he visits. Kuruk nodded, mounted his horse, and rode off toward the canyon entrance. Leanna watched him go, then looked at Wolfe. At Thomas, sleeping peacefully against her shoulder. At the village, their home, their family. Do you ever regret it? She asked quietly. Giving up everything for this life? Every day, Wolfe said. Her heart clenched. I regret that it took me 10 months to claim it. That I wasted time carrying secrets when I could have been building this. He gestured at everything around them. But the life itself? The choice? You? He pulled her close, careful not to wake Thomas. Never. Not for a single moment. Good. She leaned into him. Because you're stuck with me now. For the rest of your life. Promise? Promise. They sat together in the spring sunshine, a family carved from 2 broken pieces, made whole by love and choice and truth. Around them, the village lived its life, children playing, women singing, warriors training, elders teaching. The eternal cycle of life continuing, as it always had, as it always would. And in the distance, beyond the canyon walls, the desert stretched endlessly, red stone and blue sky and purple mountains, harsh and beautiful and free. The desert had nearly killed them. Had brought them together. Had given them everything. It was the landscape of their love story. The witness to their truth. The keeper of their secrets and their joy. And it would shelter them, shelter their son, shelter all the children to come, for as long as they chose to call it home. The sun climbed higher. Thomas woke and demanded attention. Wolfe made Leanna laugh with a story about one of the young warriors mistaking a skunk for prey. Life continued, normal and precious and perfect. And somewhere in the distance, a coyote called, that wild, primal sound that spoke of survival and freedom and the untamed heart of the desert. It sounded like a promise. It sounded like home. The end.